Someone said D's. Look at that. They actually made like a whole thing for it. I should really, yeah, that's dangerous. Who knows what they're gonna put in there. Look at that, they have like a whole animation and stream and stuff. That's wild that they put a Pokemon Unite or a Pokemon Championships emote on Twitch as global. That's insane. I know, right? The merch looks so good. Osoi! I don't know. Is this supposed to be epic? I mean, it's cool. Traditional Japanese music. Nom's level of spelling. Getting cat wrecked. The stuff in the background's pretty cool. I like the choreography. I'm not sure if the music's for me. Your cat wants love. Love them. Now that's Nom's level spelling. Brother. Yo. Man, they really put on like a whole show for this. I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, now it's got a good beat. Where's the animals beating each other up? Is Me Too legal in this tournament? No. It is both too new and too broken. Yeah, I believe there is a moratorium of about a month on most new mons. Especially the legendaries. I like that they've just decided that ramen is their thing now. This is what this year will be based on.
Now that is how we get our World Championships kicked off in style. Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning, or ohayou gozaimasu, to everyone here with us today and all the Pokemon trainers and fans watching from around the globe. My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. The strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to earn their way here, and we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head-to-head to prove who is the very best.
Hold on a sec, I'll be back. Enjoy.
Before we get things kicked off, it's tradition to hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
皆さんこんにちは。世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。私たちがポケモンの世界を歩み始めてから25年以上が経ちました。皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。競技を通じて生まれる友情はポケモンにとって最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。 1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations to all of the trainers who have made it here today after their year-long journey.
そして今日ここまでの道のりでトレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは日曜の閉会式までお待ちください。
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on Sunday.
ポケモンは私たちみんなで楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。誰が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか、本当に楽しみです。
Pokemon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions.
皆さんの健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I know that Pokemon Go players are with me as an in-game event will be starting later today that features the debut of Passimian, Pikachu appearing in his World Championship jersey, and other activities to celebrate our event this weekend. Our team of casters and analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a special series of videos that honor past World Championship moments and celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend. That's what we based our upcoming First Worlds theme around, and it's called Legendary. Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon Unite World Championships from sunny Yokohama, Japan. We are live here at the Pacific Coast Center in, of course, Yokohama to crown a champion of Pokemon Unite this year. One of the most competitive years that we have had yet in Pokemon Unite, and we have 28 teams fighting over that title on what is an incredible main stage. The energy in this venue is already off the charts, and I cannot wait. Groups from all around the world are here to represent their regions, and of course, we are here to break down all the action. My name is Zoinks, joined here by Wonder Chef. How you doing today, Wonder Chef?
I am so excited. This community has been together through thick and thin this season. This has been the most exciting season of the Unite Championship Series, and it's all coming down to this. We're going to be crowning at the end of this weekend our second Unite's World Champion. But if anybody wants to know or doesn't know how this format is working out for this weekend, we've got an explainer for you.
Roland's going for a hero play. Trainer starting through. Buzzwole takes it. But they couldn't stop either of them. 500 points. Somebody's points in. That goes in. That goes in.
Hello, trainers. Join us as we cover the format for the Pokemon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Over the past season, players from all over the world have competed at the highest levels in their regions to qualify. Each competing region will be sending their best teams to represent them on the world stage. High stakes will test the resolve in the most anticipated tournament of the year. On the first day of the World Championships, teams will be sorted into groups, then face off in round-robin matches. The best teams from each group will advance forward. This takes us into the second day, where the top teams from day one will battle through a double elimination bracket, all the way to the grand final. Everything is on the line here, as the winning team can look forward to being crowned the world champions, as well as take the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool. All of the best teams are eager to prove themselves in Japan. Who will ultimately win? Will there be any surprises? Comeback stories? You never know what'll go down. Be sure to tune in and find out.
We have gathered champions here today, but we can only crown one by the end of the weekend. And of course, there's a long road to doing that. Wonder Chef, why don't you break that down for the people about how we are going to get to that point?
Oh, that's right. Of course, we are going to be starting today here with an 8-group round robin. Now, each of these teams is going to play against every other team within their group. The single team in each group with the best results is making it to tomorrow for the finals bracket. It's going to be best of 3. 8 teams are going to make it. Like I said, one from every group, and it'll be double elimination, where eventually, at the end, we will be having a best of 5 to decide who our champion will be.
And in addition to crowning a champion, we are also awarding a whole lot of prize pool. $500,000 on the line, with first place taking home a grand prize of $100,000. The stakes could never be higher. And because of that, we actually brought along some extra help. Welcome to the show, Kelosaurus.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Zoinks and Wonder Chef. It is wonderful to be here. I'm hyped. You're hyped. The crowd is hyped, but also those trainers from home are also hyped. So I cannot wait to see how today pans out.
Oh, me neither. And it's going to be so exciting from start to finish. Let's take a look at the first 4 groups that we have here today. A, B, C, and D rounding out our first 4. And of course, a whole lot of talent packed into just these 4 groups.
That's right, and you'll notice that there are regions next to each of these teams. The regions have been split up within their groups, so the only way they're going to be playing against each other early is if they end up doing very well, and then at that point, it's a problem that you like to have. But you can see the second half of our teams here, Group E, F, G, and H, and let me tell you, these groups are just absolutely terrifying, just at the maximum level of talent across the board.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, let's take a deep dive into, we're going to take a deep dive into each of those groups in just a second here, but obviously so much talent across the board, so many regions. Kello, is there any region you specifically have your eye on?
Look, obviously being from the OC region, I have to cheer for my folks at home.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's deep dive into each of these regions. Starting out with Group A, we have Peru from Latin America South, Secret Ship from Japan, Team 3 Stars from Korea, and Latin America North's team is going to be Hoenn, the second seed. A very, very solid group. And we're going to start off with Team Peru here. An incredibly successful season all year long. A ton of championship points, only having one slightly worse performance near the end of the year. But other than that, a dominant squad. But now it's their chance to prove it on the world stage against so many other teams.
That's right. This is going to be very cool to see all of these regions go up against each other. This is a great one to start off with this group to see an example of that because, of course, the team Peru is going to be fighting against very soon. One of them is Secret Ship, and Secret Ship is a team that, of course, is coming out as first seed out of Japan, a region that has been looking very, very strong in Pokemon Unite as of recently. I mean, I think a lot of regions kind of are, but especially Japan, and so I'm very excited to see them in particular. Of course, we've all got the home turf advantage for them as well, being here in Japan.
Look, I'm really excited to see Team 3 Stars. I need to know if we can actually rate them 3 stars out of 3 today. We'll obviously have to see how they pan up against these teams, but there's also Hoenn from Latin American North. We're going to have to see how they go.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Hoenn on this main stage. Absolutely. Second seed coming out of their region. However, the start of the season within their region was all of them. Hoenn was untouchable in the first few monthly finals. AOS Cup was the first slip up for them, but I mean, a super, super solid team. Latin America North definitely proving to be one of the more aggressive team fight focused regions. Hoenn really encapsulates that strategy really well. I'm excited to see that. Watch out for Kira on that main tank. That's the player I have in mind when I am watching Team Hoenn. So I'm excited to see that roster play.
That's right, but we gotta move on. There are so many teams to talk about. Group B even. Rex Region Kion, Exoclan, Nouns Esports, and Orangutan gonna be rounding out this group. And we can start up with RRQ. Honestly, we have so many of these teams from APAC West. I kind of feel like just even talking about this as a region just to kind of cap things off here, where APAC in general is showing a lot of really good promise. And when we talk to a lot of these teams, there have been a lot of the teams from the region, both APAC West and APAC East, that have really been on the radar a little bit more than I think a lot of people thought. And of course, RRQ is going to be one of those teams.
Oh, it's not just those battles internally within those regions, but it's obviously all of these other battles. But one team that I have my eye on is definitely Exoclan. Obviously being from the OC region, the #1 seed, definitely keep your eye out on Ethos. They played a spectacular game in the regionals.
Oh, yeah, the skill caliber on Exoclan seems really, really high. I'm excited to see it when they go up against opponents the caliber of Nouns Esports. Now, a lot of people have this name front and center in their tournament predictions because they, of course, were the second seed from EU, but also the runner-up at last year's World Championships. So much stage experience now, a Worlds, an EUIC event, and now here at Worlds again. This team comes with experience, they come with talent, but honestly, I think a lot of people credit their coordination and team play as the biggest strength.
Yeah, well, just a well-known team, of course, so really one that we're going to be looking at. But another team that I'm personally going to be looking at, of course, the final team of this is going to be Orangutan. You know, I was talking about the APAC, both the regions, for a good reason at the start of this group, and that's what we've got, of course, Orangutan as well, which is a very, very strong team with a very wild play style. From everything that I've seen from them, I'm really excited to see how they play. They bring some very unique things to the table, and we'll see exactly what that might be this time around. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of very cool surprise picks throughout the weekend. We're going to be seeing a lot of surprises, and I feel like this might be one of the teams that could be bringing it to us.
Now, I think we need to move on to Group C. Who do we have in this group? From Group C, we have from the EU region, Talibobo Believers. From Brazil, we have 00 Nation, and OC region, returning team iClan.
Yeah.
So, obviously, iClan, they do have that stage experience. They've experienced Worlds last year, and I believe some of the players from 00 Nation also did too. But we obviously have those fan favorites, Tally, Bobo, Believers, Zoinks. What do you think about this team?
I mean, there's so many people's prediction to be the champion at the end of this weekend. They have such an incredible season, and just watching their gameplay, they truly look untouchable. Not only that, they are coming second place overall in terms of championship points for this entire event, so a lot of success following them there. They have such an interesting playstyle, and well, when I say interesting, I mean their playstyle is to win a whole lot, from the start of the game all the way to the end of the game. A very competitive team, and well, they have that reputation for a reason. I'm excited to see Tally Bobo play this weekend.
I guess it's a pretty good playstyle, just to win.
Correct.
Winning as a playstyle, yeah, I'll
Absolutely.
take that for sure. But if there is one team that I feel like stands a great chance against Tally Bobo, well, at least one of maybe three that really could be looking to take them down, it's 00 Nation. They are the team that has been dominant as well within their own region, and honestly, just being able to talk to them a little bit before the actual tournament started, I felt like their mental was so good. They're here, they are happy, they have been taking a little bit more relaxed and just feeling like they are confident in what they've been doing, and for very good reason. They have been one of the most dominant teams overall if we look at the entire season of UCS this year, and for a very good reason. They are just so incredibly strong. So already there's a reason why people have been looking at this group and saying this is kind of the one that's the hardest to get out of. Of course, they're all going to be very difficult, but just having Tally Bobo Believers, 00 Nation, and iClan all in one group, and like Hella mentioned, lots of experience from Worlds altogether.
Definitely, and that experience is going to come intact. Obviously, once these teams are up on stage, the pressure is going to be on, but you know what? It all comes down to that moment, that 10 minutes that we do have.
Absolutely. And a team that's made spoiler level plays like that before has been iClan, a team represented from OC, and they were here last year as well. Definitely made their own dreams happen, broke some dreams of other teams as well. iClan definitely the underdog of this group. I think that is fair to say. However, the talent they're coming into this tournament with is also immense. Untamed the Great Chandelure play in regionals look fantastic. I think we're going to see a repeat of that again, and of course, we're going to have Fripp on that tank. Now, we are going to be looking at Group D, which is Agile from Korea, Fusion from Latin America North, Amaterasu from North America, and Rise Gaming from Brazil. Now let's start talking about Team Agile from Korea, shall we? They are the champions from the Korean region, an extremely strong team, and having a lot of experience as well. 3 of their team members playing on Team No-Show in Korea last year, so coming in with a lot of talent, and of course that grand finals from them in the Korean home region looked fantastic. They look really, really strong there.
And then, of course, also Fusion within this group. And I know I just keep kind of going back to talking about the regions in general, but I feel like it's so important. We have so many regions from across the world battling it out today. But Latin America North, I've gone on record saying that I feel like this may be Latin America or Brazil's kind of weekend right now. Like, we're going to see them pop off. I don't know who's going to win, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of these teams play very strong. And Fusion is, again, one of those teams that I'm very much looking at just on a personal level. I feel like there's been so much competition within those regions that they've all leveled up immensely.
Oh, they have leveled up immensely indeed, but you know what? A team that leveled up from the NA region is Amaterasu, obviously being the 2nd seed there. I do have my eye on rolling it down, being that flex player, but also Nudo on the tank. We have seen some incredible support and plays from that player.
Yeah, that role swap for them has been really good, by the way, right? So Nudo playing a lot of different roles in their competitive history. However, switching up to the defender position has been fantastic for this team, I think. Nudo definitely a good play caller, comes in with a lot of experience, and just a team that you can kind of trust, and it allows Trainer and Yifan just to get to work, which is something I love to see from this team. I've talked about play styles a lot. I think Amaterasu's got a very interesting one, but another one that we have to talk about, though, is the final team in this group of Rise Gaming. They are the 2nd seed from the Brazil region. They were playing under a few different names, so the B-roll here saying that True Esports is this squad. You know, they just got to change their names too much. A bit of a Rolodex of a team. However, they were 2nd seed coming out of this region, but so close against 00 Nation the entire year. Even in that regional finals, it came down to a bracket reset, Game 5 for 00 Nation to take down Rise Gaming. So these teams are so incredibly close, and I know they are looking to prove that they should be the champions, and they are pushing for a little bit higher here at the World Championships.
Yeah, maybe that's the secret to being hard to read. It's like, how do you find VODs for a team that's played this season under 3 different names? It's like you have to just keep searching and searching and searching. You know, we'll see if that strategy works out, but I love to see all their name changes. Let's move on, though, to Group E with TTV, Team MYS, MJK, and Team Peps. This is going to be one of my favorite groups to watch on a personal level. Of course, we've got to start off talking about TTV, our North American Regional Championships, winning the offline event at North American International Championships. A team that has been together for a long time. I would say one of the most consistently together teams over the course of the past 2 years, and for very good reason, as they are a very solid team. Their draft strategy in particular really got to shine at NAIC, and I'm really excited to see if they're going to have some very creative, especially bans, coming into this event.
Oh, I definitely think TTV are definitely one of the fan favorites, but one of the fan favorites from APAC West is Team MYS. Now, obviously, Rebongs and Yang, they have been here before. They did participate in London last year. I believe they did come 3rd from Renaissance. So we'll just have to see what they bring to the table today and how they fare up with their new teammates.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some new coordination and some synergy, but another team that we are going to be talking about in this group is MJK, and I feel like we haven't been able to talk about Japan too much yet, but this is one of the fan favorite regions. Of course, we're playing on home turf, like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, but also the play style of Japan is just so different than that of some of the more Western regions, so it's something that we love to see. MJK playing a very solid game of Pokemon Unite, playing a lot of early game dominant Pokemon. I'm talking about Urshifu, and their Umbreon play in particular looks world class, and that is a Pokemon I think is going to have a lot of impact on this main stage. So we're talking about a team to really make some of these newer Pokemon look good on the World Championship spot. I think it's going to be Team MJK.
I think all the Japanese teams are going to be very, very important to look at, regardless of where they place in seedings. We'll actually talk about that a little bit in the final group, but Team Peps, of course, the last of this group, one of my favorite teams currently in the entire world. They have so much momentum coming in from, of course, the European International Championships, where they were in the top 2, very, very close. But they just seem like they have playing with so much confidence. I was talking to Dupe Snacks about it last night, actually, just how fun they feel to watch, because they feel like they just never, ever question anything. Like they just are 100% ready to go at all times. They never feel like, is this the right answer? Is it not? They just go. And they are so good at communicating that way. I feel like they may be one of the biggest sleeper teams, in my opinion, of this group.
Now, obviously, we have already gone through a lot of the teams today, but we are not finished just yet. We have to cover Group F. Now, on Group F from APAC East, we do have Oma Abyssinian. We do have from APAC West, UD Vesawan, and another NA team is Team YT. Now, looking at Group F, obviously, Oma Abyssinian being the #1 seed from their region, we're going to have to see what they bring to the table. But Tempest, I absolutely love their tanking maneuvers and their support that they provide.
Oh yeah, I think we are headed into a metagame in this tournament that is going to be very defender-focused. So if you have a star-level tank player, I think like Oma Abyssinian does in Tempest, I think you are going to be in a great spot. So they're positioned extremely well in this tournament, but they are not the only team that is really formidable in this group. I want to talk about UD Vesawan as well. This is a team that also recently had a name change, getting picked up. They were Cakelock when it was coming to their regional finals, and while they only got 3rd place in their region, I don't think that was for lack of talent. An extremely strong team. However, it is an extremely competitive region. APAC, I think, has been really the story on the streets these days. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about APAC East and West, about how powerful they are, and UD Vesawan is definitely a part of that. They're large, and they're in charge, and they're going to be trying to make this group definitely their own.
Well, exactly like you said, I think there are a lot of teams that, despite the fact that they may not be the 1st or even 2nd seed within their own regions, they are very, very strong. And all that matters is how will you do today. That's the biggest thing. Well, today and tomorrow. This weekend, I should say. And I think another team that really encapsulates that is Team YT. They have had the most explosive results that we've seen. Of course, they did barely qualify in a very, very tough region, but they were able to show that they could take down literally the best of that region not consistently throughout the entire season, but like I said, all that matters is what happens this weekend, and I feel like they've just been riding their momentum more and more. Again, an extremely fun team to watch. They can always just they're always bringing their comfort picks, they're flexing to some interesting stuff, and of course you can see the Buzzwole right there, really, I don't want to say putting it on the map, but one of the teams that really most strongly put it on the map competitively. So I am always going to be a big Team YT fan, and you know they're going to be bringing some fun stuff.
Look, something I'm excited for, obviously we can see this previous gameplay here and all the Pokemon that they play, but what new tricks do they have up their sleeve? That is what I am most excited to see from these teams.
Oh my goodness, I'm right there with you. Team YouTube, their uncharacteristic picks are very exciting, but they're a lot of fun. Now, we are going to be transitioning next to Group G. SAUL Esports from India, Time to Shine from EU, and Luminosity from North America. That's right, we're in this group with LG, who were the world champions, but the first team we got to dive into is SAUL Esports, the team from India, a region that definitely didn't have the performance they wanted last year at World Championships, looking to make a bit of a change. And the player you see on your screen right now, All Might, I think is going to be the focus for this team. A player that has got worldwide recognition. A lot of people, when looking at this team, definitely calls this out as the player to watch, the kind of cornerstone of this team. And if SAUL Esports is going to have a big successful run, I think a lot of that, or a large part of that, is going to come from All Might's leadership on stage.
And based on the name, I'm assuming somebody that's going to be very happy to be in Japan here playing. But of course, past that, there's Time to Shine coming out of Europe. And I do have to say, Time to Shine, of course, being a previous qualifier, but not having maybe the most consistent season this time around. So they didn't really have a chance to shine in this current UCS season, but we know exactly how strong they are. So I kind of feel like this is their opportunity to have locked their team together, which is a big part, and just their strategies together, where it feels like they've been shifting so much, and sometimes, a lot of the time, been forced to shift over this current season, but now they've been together for a few months, they've been practicing for Worlds together. This might be their time to shine.
Look, talking about shining, we have to talk about the world champions from last year, Luminosity. Obviously, they took home that trophy. Will they be able to double it up? So, obviously, Luminosity, they are well known to us. Overlord, I know last year they played quite incredible Aegis Slash, so Lord of the Sword. Will we get to see that today? I don't know. But obviously, all of these players that we do have on these teams are very high caliber. They have been practicing, they have been scrimming, so we're going to have to wait and see what they bring today.
Oh, I can't wait to watch Luminosity on the main stage. I mean, their season has definitely been an interesting one. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. However, when they're coming into the World Championships, they're coming in that second spot, second at regionals after a very impressive performance. And honestly, Overlord looks really in form. Whenever the team can be run and be really successful, it's always on the back of this star-level player really popping off. And you can see it in every replay. Honestly, we should just call an ELG replay just an Overlord replay, because every single time it's 3-4 KOs and just game-changing moments like that. And obviously putting a lot of resources towards that player, throwing a Comfey there for support, which honestly, I don't know how much Comfey we're going to see, but North America really like that play of just putting a lot of resources on one carry player and letting them take over.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to talk about this a lot. We're all going to talk about this a lot throughout the weekend, but having this offline experience on these very pressure-intensive stages is going to be one of the most important experiences to have coming into this tournament. All the play in the world means nothing if you just end up not being able to follow through. So that's going to be one team, but we can move on to our final group, Group H, which is, I mean, this is a great way to close it out. Entity 7 from Latin America North, Kumu, formerly known as Old Guys from APAC East, and then Oyasumi Macro from Japan, which is for three-player team group. This is, I mean, it's great right now. But of course, we can start off by talking about Entity 7. And I know that Zoinks, you and I have put a lot of value into this team. They have been really grinding. They have been leading their region, of course, but they are looking really, really solid. Of course, we've got a chance to see them play against some of the North American teams in some grassroots tournaments. They did very, very well. But just in general, I said it before, I said it again, I feel like this region is just going to have a great weekend.
Look, one team that I have my eye on is Kumu. They are a bunch of old guys, and it just shows that Pokemon is good for all different ages. So, obviously, we do have Thorfinn on there. They have played some quite incredible attacker roles. I am excited to see whether they bring Chandelure on the stage today.
Yeah, I'm excited for Oyasumi Makaro as well, though. I mean, obviously having a recent change into this group is a bit of a wrench in the mix. However, Oyasumi Makaro, I think, collectively known, is one of the strongest Japanese teams that we have ever seen in the history of Pokemon Unite. Yes, they may have got fourth in their regional championships, but for them to still have that credit thrown at them from the community, I think says a lot. This team is going to be so good, and of course, they have the star player from last year, Mame, on this squad, and I can't wait to see them in year 2 as well. It's gonna be a great game, and obviously it's gonna bring us to the end of our groups finally after a marathon of all of these teams, and we get to watch all of them play today on stage. It's gonna be amazing. I cannot wait. Oh, it's gonna be fantastic. Any thoughts here on groups, Jeff?
I don't know. I mean, I think this is going to be the most kind of up in the air that we've ever seen at an event, because there's been more time since this Worlds where the meta has shifted than any other event. We've seen every region really change up their style, especially this year with the addition of Draft. It is just all completely different. We could have literally any team from any region pop out and kind of solve the meta. I don't know if there's actually a solve, but find that one little weird thing that's just going to throw everybody else off and win the weekend. So it's completely up in the air to me.
It's going to be great. Kello, any thoughts on groups before we jump into our first game?
Look, as you said, there are so many groups, but obviously only one of each team can come out of those groups. So who is going to be able to face up that chopping block and survive?
Yeah, good point. It's going to be OC all the time, right? All right, she didn't say that for real, though. We are going to be jumping into our first game very shortly. So, Kello, I'm sorry, we're going to say goodbye for right now, but don't worry, everyone. Kello is going to be breaking down the games all day long, all weekend, as we have an incredible tournament to find our champion. I cannot wait. Kello, we will see you very soon.
Thank you.
Now, we are going to be talking about our first game of the day. It is going to be TTV versus MJK on that main stage. I cannot wait. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I can't wonder, Chef, what are you thinking about this first match?
I am honestly so excited that the very first thing that we get is the chance to see teams from kind of really opposite regions, right? We're going to see teams from the east of Japan, of course, and then teams from all the way in the west in North America. This is one of the full, I would say, regional matchups that I'm most excited for. And of course, we can start off talking about TTV, like I mentioned just very recently, champions from the North American International Championship. And can we talk about, for the first time of the day, those jerseys, man?
Unreal. Definitely the drip has leveled up a whole lot for Season 2. You can see the regional colors actually mixed in with the jersey accents. It looks amazing. And of course, TTV sporting them, looking very, very fine in this tournament. I can't wait. I mean, great season from TTV. And here they are on stage. Some brand representation from Inder on the stage. I love it. Of course, an amazing support player in their own right. A really solid captain of this team, too. I mean, a lot of leadership figures on TTV, but Inder has been leading the squad for quite some time. They are not alone there on stage, though. We got Team MJK from Japan on stage as well. It's going to be a great matchup. Of course, I'm so excited to see Japan versus TTV in particular. Japan, one of those early game team fight composition teams that I talked about before. MJK really showcasing that. But TTV, one of those teams that's not afraid to play late game scaling Pokemon. Like that Venusaur, even the Goodra we've seen from time to time. So some dedication towards that late game versus that early game team fight focus from MJK is going to be very, very interesting in our first game.
I agree. This is going to be, I mean, it's so cool. You know, I feel like that usually we get to talk so much about like what we've seen from experience from teams playing against each other, but this is the first one of the day, and this is already the first one where it's like we've seen the styles from each different team, but what's it going to be when they actually clash? And there's no better way to figure it out than starting off the first game of the day, and we're going to get into the draft. For anybody who's not familiar, it is one band per team. This is very different from the previous year of Worlds, and you can see the bands looking like it's going to be Umbreon from TTV, and the other side is going to be Lapras, and that's going to be first pick on the left side team, then 2 for the right side team.
That big call out already. I was talking about how I think MJK's Umbreon play was what really set them apart, and it had a great season. So double defender Thunderfan is going to lead into that first pick of the Inteleon. This Pokemon has been so strong in recent practice, and what is MJK going to try to bring to the forefront against it? A first pick last week is no surprise, and we have Zacian here on our stream for the first time this year.
Oh, that's very interesting, actually. Surprisingly, of course, Zacian doing very, very well in the entire season in ranked, for example, but a lot of teams have actually not valued it super highly, so to see it as the first pick, that is definitely going to be maybe a regional thing, but oh yeah, the Comfey coming out. On the other side, of course, we have the Koopa and the Slowbro. I just got to mention that. It's a very strong meta pick from TTV, but the Zacian Comfey is a classic for MJK.
Yeah, we're going to double commit to that solo carry strategy on the side of MJK. TTV instead bringing an interesting strategy. We're going to have a Buzzwole and an Espeon, which leads me to believe that the Inteleon is actually going to be playing central. So Lutano going to be bringing that Pokemon into the central area and allowing Otter to have the Espeon in the bottom half. We're going to have a lot of early game presence from both of these teams, but I think most importantly, TTV needs to get Celestia to that level 5. That is a big, big benchmark for them.
Yes, I think this Buzzwole pick is so good. It's going to be really good if they do end up going the Spin Source. Of course, they could potentially not. But also the unstoppable ability of the Zacian. You can just dunk it. You can take out 2 members at once. If everybody jumps on it once with the burst damage of this team, I think it's very, very possible. So I think this is an excellent, excellent pick. Not one that I've seen as much from TTV, but of course, we're not the only ones here today. Let's send it over to our casters, Spraggles and Doob Snacks, to take away game number 1.
Here we are, Doob Snacks, Yokohama, Japan, for the first game of our Pokemon Unite World Championships. Let's freaking go.
Woo-wee, Spraggles! I am so excited. We found our way to Japan. I ran here. I don't know if you saw that. I ran the entire way, straight up.
I was super impressed seeing that from you. That's really incredible.
The battle drums went off. The war is going on Eos Island today, and I am ready to go. So are these teams, and we got Zacian in the mix for the first opportunity to get locked in immediately.
Incredible stuff. You can see the crowd is pumped. We got Let's Go TTV out there in the stands as we start our game number 1. TTV from North America, your purple team. MJK from Japan, your orange team. Woo! Yeehaw to you and yours. Let's get this thing started. Inteleon heading into that central area for the side of TTV. It's the first time we're seeing Inteleon inside of a tournament. This is the first time we're seeing Zacian inside of a tournament with a North American team playing. So this is going to be really wild.
Sage of just ways that Zacian was released, Comfey on top of it. Right as it was released, that was kind of the go-to combo, and we're seeing it here live on the world stage. In front of it, though, a Hoopa and a Buzzwole looking to scrap early.
Yeah, Hoopa and Buzzwole, obviously a lot of power early into this combination, but Zacian Comfey, a thing of nightmares for all of us if you've been playing Pokemon Unite this year. So we're going to have to see if MJK is able to bring that out here into game number 1. Obviously, these group stages are brutal. Only one team moving forward from each group. So every single game counts so much as we see Urshifu down here in the bottom path preparing for these 850 birds.
There it is, and they're going in, and they're going to charge up. There's a little rapid strike action back and forth, taking a good crop of that for MJK. So, I mean, they're doing good on the experience. TTV keeping up, though, not doing too bad themselves.
Yeah, TTV looking pretty good right here as we see MJK heading up to this top path right here, sneaking in with the Urshifu, looking to pick something up, but no. Beautiful stun there from Ender. Celestial trying to make it back and just barely grabs that berry.
Grabs that berry, but also the fear of the port of the Comfey kind of getting plucked up by the Buzzwole, jumping right back on Lakaba, who's going in with the Rapid Strike Urshifu, who has great movement, going to be able to dart out a little bit, and of course, poaching the wild Pokemon is Celeste there to make sure that they can at least get experience if they can't get the KO.
Beautiful play there from both these teams, really aggressive from the side of MJK, and then at the same time, TTV making sure that they could secure that wild Pokemon experience throughout this fight so they can keep level parity right here. So we got that Sacred Sword Zacian moving on in to secure a lot of that. We got the snipe shot there from Inteleon, massive amounts of damage coming out from the side of TTV.
You can
oh, and they got the Zacian!
Listen, infrared glasses on, they found him in the weeds and blew him up in half, send him packing. Zacian getting put down early, and another one is mute. What is Lutano's got that third eye, got that inner sight sight going, finding them all and knocking them all down. K openers 2 ways into the hands of TTV.
Beautiful stuff from TTV right here. There are a few, builds that are amazing on Inteleon. A lot of players choosing liquidation, but as we can see, I mean, Lutano, an absolute sniper for the side of TTV, picking up 2 massive KOs early. We've got about 10 seconds now until objectives spawn at top and bottom path. MJK getting aggressive once again, but a snipe shot almost takes out War Turtle.
Yeah, Otter peeling back. They're low on HP, but there's no commitment out of NJK to try and get that KO. And listen, we've got Slowbro here, who's kind of the Zacian art counter. Once it gets slow beam, it's going to be there. But Zugruk knows how to get spacing for this team. And the fact that, well, the rest of the team's already working on Reg Ice, that spacing is going to happen in the form of Scald on top of the Mew. Boosted auto hits Slowbro, doesn't matter. Nice little pop shot on the Phantom Force on the Zacian, who can't get it in time. Sealed up. Nice Unite move by the Espeon. Bang, Zacian down again. And TTV is getting huge out here. Lutano says, welcome to the Guac Bowl. You getting slashed up, mixed up. Unite move out of the Urshifu. Doesn't even matter. Comfy's getting stitched up. KO streaking 3 out the gates for Lutano. Otter gets themselves one on Espeon. Wendy's 4 for 4 out of the gate. Spraggles TTV is playing motivated. Regional finals energy. Oh, that's a KO.
All right, I am back. Is that a 5K? Did I just see an Inteleon 5K in the World Championships?
Incredible stuff here from the North America champions, TTV, to start this thing.
Hot dang, I'm glad I voted for TTV. As snipe shot? Well, you kind of have to in an actual championship game, I feel. Being in liquidation range is a massive, like, liability. Let's go, Gressnot Comfy! Are they heal or Sweet Kiss? I can't tell.
Tries to buy some spacing so MJK can literally get any objective off the map.
I can't tell.
And of course takes out Urshifu.
They're heal?
Okay.
Okay.
On every engagement that they've got, War Turtle seals up Reggie Alecki, but I don't think TTV cares, Spraggles. They're looking to take some bodies.
Brass not in Worlds. I'm validated.
And talking about taking one, how about a Mew?
Beautiful eject button right into that side shock from Otter on the side of TTV. And right now, TTV dominant in all these fights. However, incredible positioning from MJK in that fight at the top of the Reggie Alecki. You could see them positioning themselves in front of Reggie Alecki, so the snipe shots from that Inteleon could not make it in and secure it. Even though MJK is still way, way down. Only 8.
Buzzwole Gaming.
157 of TTV as we now get ready for this bottom objective.
I wish they knew how they get such smooth movement there. Even turning it down to like minimum speed, it's still so slow.
For MJK to take engagements here because that Slowbro has a slow beam and that's a great engagement. We're going rings unbound and we're trying to protect this goal zone. We're throwing the fists out to stun him down. Where's the team follow up? Nice skull back the other way. This is leaving this Registeel all alone for MJK. Great secure for them. They're getting experience, but the fight
Hoopa ult though.
as really all TTV wants to do is insulate this goal zone. Nice little stun. They take out the Mew, which means the Comfy can come for free. Hops right on time, and Zacian, who is out like a thief in the night.
Once again, MJK, with some excellent positioning in that fight. They were not able to win on the KO perspective, but they kept themselves in front of the objective, ripped it down to make sure that TTV could not get it. Still, TTV in a commanding lead here. If you take a look at levels, though, they are starting to even up across the board here, especially after securing that last objective.
It's their ruins,
still
baby.
very much in this, but behind on score. They're going to want to put some points on the board before Rayquaza hits in about 1:45 here, Dude Snacks.
You can see what TTV has put together. A very front to back, buy some time, line up some snipe shots, get big KOs for Lutano. On the other hand, MJK is just taking individually powerful Pokemon that leverage certain things and trying to use that collective power to get some wins here. Buzzwole poaches another one, puts it on the backside, forces out the Urshifu Unite. Hydro Typhoon comes out, that's 2 players down for TTV. MJK's finding the flow, they're trying to get Otter. They grass knot him down, but they blink out in time. And there's the KO from the Inteleon on the Blastoise, back the other way. The Urshifu keeps the push. Comfy Unite comes out to keep those 2 players standing, but the siege on the goal zone is fairly successful as they're finally able to get more points in.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from MJK, and they are coming back into this game. That Comfy bouncing around perfectly inside of that engagement.
Love it. I love an active Comfy.
Long going to pick up some big KOs. TTV still up on this thing. 136 points separate these teams. As I talk about a lot, Noob Snacks, I feel like 100 points is a huge difference maker moving into the final.
Weird that it's so
if you're up
desynced.
by over 100 points, it really puts the pressure on your opponents to do something big at Rayquaza, because they can't just peel off and make one score happen.
Yeah, because the Urshifu was able to get quality KOs there in that bottom path exchange, it is now the biggest thing on the map, and they need to get behind that Rapid Strike Urshifu and make big things happen. Nice, secure
Classic Buzzful tech.
just to give themselves a different problem to have to deal with on the side of MJK.
Now, MJK actually in a decent position to do something at this bottom, Reggie, but it looks like they're getting ready for this fight.
So like scouting out.
For a pickoff
I like their positioning, but Buzzful is kind of stuck out in the backwoods here.
10 seconds now until the
He's already got his
Rayquaza
ult, so he
of
should be
World
fine.
Championships. TTV in a commanding
Interesting.
lead currently as they set themselves up around this pit, watching their top goal zone. MJK looking to move in on Rayquaza right now, hitting with some damage here, but they are not starting this fight. The snipe shots move out, and everyone is
now
patiently
it's a
waiting to see
fight.
how this is going to kick off. No one wants to make a mistake right here as a massive snipe shot chips up this Blastoise. More snipe shots.
This Inteleon is going to be chipping them down. They've got to go in.
Still being hit right here, but no one actually taking this, and this is great for TTV.
Urshifu's kind of alone there.
MJK is the one who needs to make a play right here. They need to make something happen.
Oh,
TTV
farming.
actually
Interesting.
peeling back right now to continue getting some experience here, Noob Snacks, as it looks like they're moving forward.
They go in big time.
Oh, and they are way in the back. That Inteleon is going to get some free damage, but they're going to lose a lot here.
And it buys some KOs, 2 of them there.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills.
Gets 3 players down for TTV. They're going in. The Urshifu Unite is actually flipping the script on top of the Rayquaza. Lutano's hanging out in the
Those
back.
snipe shots are doing some damage, but it's not quite enough. But Hoopa ults is enough. Oh, but they don't get it. That has a lot of Zacian damage. Yeah, Zacian is the 14. Zacian is level 14. No, I'm not playing a game.
MJK raining points in right now, but it is still not over. 327, 256 is more points raining for MJK. They are putting them into the main goal right here, and this, they're taking a KO on Lutano. Inteleon goes down right here, and this Urshifu is just cleaning it up right here.
Yep, that's just that is a bit of a tier diff. Oof.
You've heard of Lutano. How about Luca? Well, we're going in, baby, and they're trying to find another one. The Comfy is just riding this Urshifu till it breaks.
Yeah, that Zacian Urshifu has run away with it a little bit, just because that's what happens at Ray. And you have just the high tier all-rounders and defenders.
From Japan taking game number 1 here against the North American Regional Champs, TTV. Beautiful final fight there. Incredible stuff from MJK. What a start to our series, Noob Snacks.
Man, are you serious? I mean,
Wasn't so much a Ray diff as it was a.
Asked for anything more out of a big-time player like Lutano. Gets a KO.
I guess it's a bit of an ult diff because Hoopa didn't ult until after it was already all over. They went in and got that down. Smart, very smart.
Amazing stuff right here. Obviously, TTV in a commanding position through most of that engagement, but MJK with a massive fight here at the end of it. I can't wait to hear what our analysts think about this. Let's send this thing over here to Zoinks and Wonderchef.
Like Zoinks.
Gentlemen.
What a way to start our tournament. An exciting game between these two. TTV had that early game on lock, and then MJK come back with a major swing. Wonder Chef, that was a really fun game to watch. I mean, stats-wise, looking good on both sides. I mean, that late game swing really helping MJK's knockout numbers.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, we were watching from the stands, and it felt like this was a wrap at the even like 4 minute into the game mark, the 6 minute mark in game, but it was just so dominant from TTV. I cannot believe that MJK had such an incredible comeback, not just as far as, of course, securing that final Rayquaza, but just as far as actual strength of their team. And one of the coolest things I got to point out early on was that we got to hear so many of the Japanese fans actually cheering for MJK to make the comeback. And then, hey, guess what happened? That's the kind of level power-up that you need.
Yeah, that home crowd advantage helping. And honestly, I think MJK showing why they are here on this championship stage because of how they played their composition in that final team fight. TTV had almost no engaged tools whatsoever. Slowbro maybe, but that's getting you just a couple of meters in front of yourself. And other than that, Buzzwole, but you're such at risk for getting slammed by a Zacian or an Urshifu. MJK gets positioning early and just creates a tough wall. The poke damage is there for TTV, but the actual getting the bodies in there a little bit tougher. Let's take a look at the actual numbers though, because that's our specialty. A lot of damage on this screen, a 91,000 damage for Lucapo.
Oh my gosh, that has to be the name of the game. The Zacian, you know, it was shut down pretty strongly early, and I think that's a big reason why it looks so tough for MJK, but Lucapo just altogether looking so incredibly strong, consistently throughout
Normal
the
bear
game,
damage.
and that's why we got a chance to see them make that comeback. But here
Classic
we take a look
bear.
at the highlights from that first match. What a way to start things off with a huge turnaround.
Yeah, TTV kind of surprising me with this Inteleon Central area pick, but obviously the value is here at the start. A Reggie Ice secure, and after that it was secure in the rest of MJK. Lutano puts up 2.
Yeah, they had just too much health at Ray, and they just didn't have enough damage without Hoopa ult.
Are you kidding me, Chef?
I think with Hoopa ult, they probably would have had a much more even time, and they could have at least resisted the Ray shields, but that's rough. Also, Urshifu's really good defense, because they can poke through Ray shield, so they can actually defend it.
That is such a great thing about how this game has kind of turned out in a meta direction. You can see here,
TTV does not have anything for that.
Aggressive push that did manage to help, like, kind of, I don't want to say start the turnaround.
See here, like Hoopa has ult here, doesn't proc it late, everyone's already dead.
Just pushing everybody all the way to that edge on that rocket.
You never want to proc late Hoopa ult, because it's just so much stun, so much damage, so much health. And then they just had nothing left.
The shutdown just swings the other direction. I mean, that Rayquaza secure was huge, but the follow-up gameplay from MJK to seal the deal was definitely on point.
Yeah, I just got to point out that I love their draft choices overall, where, of course, the Comfey on the Zacian is a very, very strong pick. But that wasn't their only chance. We actually had a ton
The snipe shot did go insane.
targets, and I think that's one thing that a lot of teams make mistakes with, was that they will depend on this Comfey is sitting on this Pokemon, and that is all that's going to happen, and they are going to win the game. And then that one Pokemon gets shut down, and you're like, well, that's GG, unfortunately. But, I mean, there was, of course, the ability to flex over to the Urshifu, which worked really well. You can see sneak out there in the crowd. There was the ability to even shift onto the Blastoise to be very effective, so I love the way that they made their team. But let's see if there's any differences this time around.
Wow, okay, game number 2, of course, the draft sides are going to swap up. Let's see if TTV
They're banning Leafeon.
Umbreon ban like they did last time. It looks like we're having a bit of a split decision, but MJK with a bold decision to ban away the Leafeon, which has been extremely popular, but it's probably a Leafeon ban to grab a different top pack Pokemon that they want to steal.
So Umbreon's on the table.
Well, I wonder
Dangerous.
if their first pick, there are so many Pokemon available, more than we've ever seen. Wow, first pick Zacian. Even though the Zacian didn't really pop off in the last game, you can just tell already how highly they value that. And on the other side, looks like we are going to be stealing.
Inder's gonna go Umbreon.
MJK. I think it's a great choice.
Zugrug's going Umbreon.
Extremely strong Urshifu players on the side of TTV and the Umbreon.
Wow, yeah, so Zugrug taking away that Umbreon is giving MJK a chance for the Slowbro, but they're not going to grab it. Instead, grabbing Inteleon and Trevenant. So Trevenant obviously having a whole lot of kind of stunning abilities. Hornleech and Woodhammer is something that the Zacian can really pop off with.
This is a much more meta team. Having Umbreon Urshifu at Ray is a lot of front wall. And a Blissey! That Umbreon is going to be a menace. That is going to be a problem.
All the way into the enemy zone is an amazing combination.
Now,
They do have a Zacian though, and that can be a problem. Double Sacred Sword into ult can be a lot of damage.
But another surprise is we're actually going to see the Scizor pick.
Scizor LD. Ooh, there's a thick wall for MJK here with an Inteleon in the back. There's a thick wall. Looks like Focus, Energy Amp, Razor with a full heal. That's definitely a Scizor. A Venusaur, huh? Muscle Band, Eject Button could either be Petal Dance or Solar Beam. Not really committal yet.
capitalize on these engagements with the mean look of the
But it's definitely much more in favor of pedal dance.
It's going to be a tough decision. The question mark on the other side, though, is this Scyther Scizor. Since we're running that
XP share Blissey, the classic.
this could be the Scyther.
And it looks like a stacking Espeon?
It's
No, that's Wise Glasses. Wise Choice Spoon.
But I'm expecting the Scyther as well, and now it's time to see
The
how
Scizor.
plays Inteleon as we move into game number 2 of the set. We send it back to the
I guess now we know how they want you to pronounce Scizor. It's Scizor, as in Incisor, which is weird.
Come back out for the side of MJ.
I wondered about that last year.
You know, explode in that first match right there. So I'm interested to see why they're bringing it here into game number 2.
I think it's because it's
The hat.
really
The
offers up a
freaking
challenge,
hat.
right? Like it's something that TTV has
Ridiculous.
to frontline deal with because it may not have had the best game 1, but it certainly was causing static and problems that needed to be handled. That's where I'm looking. However, I'm immediately seeing Zugrug on Umbreon. I'm seeing Lutano on the Venusaur. And
3
can
hats.
lock down a player into a
3
ring at the-
hats.
just a ring of sunlight and absolutely beam them down, and I expect to see that quite a bit here in game 2.
I wasn't going to interrupt you, but we just saw Dodrio with 3 separate hats, which
Unbelievable.
I think is a huge, huge deal to have here.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, the question is what
I can't believe they let him make that joke.
from the side of MJK, is that going to be a Scizor? Is that going to be a Scyther? I think given the item loadout as they talked about having that energy amplifier, it feels like they have a Scyther, and the plan is to get into that backline, take down that Espeon, take down that Venusaur, so there's nothing that they are able to do to stop them here in some of these big fights. Zugrug already really deep right here on the side of MJK.
But what's that done? It's bought a ton of time for that Espeon to come online already for TTV. And the fact that they made it out is even more impressive here. That's just icing on top of the cake, and that's exactly what Zugrug was hoping to get, and they delivered. So a decent early start despite the lack of action for TTV.
And let me tell you, I always put icing on a cake. Never have an uniced cake.
You don't like dry
friend.
cake?
I'm telling you, you got to go with this icing, buddies. We get ready for
I'm gonna look into it.
We get ready for the birds here at the 850 mark right here. We can see the evolution. We have the
That's an interesting. I don't know why they were recalling there.
picked up from the side of TTV, but also
Going with Dark Bear.
MJK, as now that Zacian's level
They
5.
want to try and out-secure at this Ray fight, I'm willing to bet. Also, that stun on the ult is going to be very useful for taking out some of these more dangerous targets. You know, like, that's something that they can use to take out the Inteleon if it gets too close. It stuns the Scizor enough that you can maybe take them down. Keeping a Zacian out of the fight for that long is very valuable. A lot of invasion coming from this, from Team MJK here.
Scyther, by the way, that's level 6, so it has not went over to the side of Scizor. That's going to be important for MJK so they can dive in and pick up some big KOs. This is Woodhammer, almost takes out Shifu, and there comes the Zacian to pick up the KO.
Overextended and calculated aggressiveness back the other way by MJK seals up a great KO on top of the Urshifu, sending Celeste packing. Of course, Ender wasn't in the stratosphere to give them the things they needed to stay standing. So, of course, a nice little KO opener over to them.
A nice play here from MJK. They're in the central area right now of TTV, and this has been something we've seen from MJK in both of these games here. Just incredibly aggressive, always taking these fights, putting the pressure on TTV. And right here at the start of game number 2, they're looking a little stronger than they did at the start of game 1.
Nice little cotton ball on top, trying to secure that for the team without having to overextend. Of course, it goes the way of TTV, and that's what they were hoping, of course. But look at the pressure that the MJK is mounting in the bottom path here. Hagu King playing very well and playing very strong forward with the tree, allowing for this push to kind of rage on. They're just trying to buy some time for Lucapo to engage. They go in, the wing beats come through, they can't quite get the KO. Finally, Ender shows up for the support. Egg bombs are starting to rain in, and there's the beam. A beam on top of a tree. They ain't Miracle Grow in that one.
Looks like the Woodhammer teleported the Blissey forward. It sounded like an eject button. Oh, still killed him. Oh, they're staying Scyther with Focus Sash. Interesting. Okay. I didn't realize. But yeah, that means Dark Bear is also going to have another target, because the Scizor is not going to be able to go in until the Dark Bear ults. That is a very dangerous. That's a very dangerous strategy, but they do have a couple of backliners that are worth risking it for.
That's one thing with Umbreon. If you're locking the players,
very nice.
keeping them in one spot. I mean, Zacian
Liquidation.
sit there and hit its button right in your face, and that's kind of what Zacian does. It's offering up
Acrobatics, Liquidation, Inteleon, the classic.
But what it does is it stresses all the other problems that you're being presented, and you can't just necessarily answer all of them that easily.
Yeah, what we have on the side of TTV now is finally this Venusaur. We also have Urshifu, who stayed top that entire engagement to make sure they can continue the experience.
Both teams aren't necessarily late game, so this early lead is going to work wonders for MJK here.
Comes up. That's on top of 3 players. Solar Beam back the other way. Finally sorts out Lukubo. Now this might be an opportunity for TTV to make a stand here. But unfortunately, the points are going in because the RHL hit. So really, all MJK has to do is get as many points in as possible. I can't believe the Zacian got a KO streak of 2 on the way out. Lutano gets 2 back the other way, but MJK gets another positive exchange.
MJK gets the objective. MJK gets the KOs. MJK gets the score. MJK is looking very different from game number 1, a game that they already won. TTV in some trouble right here. Level-wise, things are somewhat equal between these two teams, and the question is, are they going to be able to shut down this?
Ults are on the table.
It's going to do insane damage at range. We saw a couple of TTV's tools come out in that last fight. We saw the lockdown on a Pokemon, so you could hit them with the Solar Beam, so you could hit them with the Psy Strikes, but TTV is going to need to get a lot more aggressive in some of these fights. They're going to need to pick up a ton more KOs, because right now MJK is running this thing.
Yeah, I mean, basement Reggie in about 10 seconds here, and TTV's just trying to make their way down, and they're so bullied, they actually have to move kind of like in a crescent moon pattern just to try and get to the bottom path. Zugrok's trying to get on top of Sonya here for the Zacian. Tons of damage getting rained in. Another Scyther Unite, but they get buckled very quickly. Caught by the Solar Beam, I'm sure. Wicked Blow can't quite find the Eldegoss as they're moving through. Zacian's kind of playing backline to the Eldegoss, believe it or not, as Zugrok's getting shredded. Is this going to be a KO finally for the Zacian on Zugrok? No, the Unite move comes out, buys them a little bit more time and eating some shields. The rage continues. Trevor to Unite on top, and finally Haku King tries to make it happen. The Wicked Blow rains true, and that takes another objective over to TTV, and that's the one they needed, Spraggles, to keep them in this game. Zugrok finally goes down, but TTV's work here is done.
Yeah, TTV having an excellent fight here, and they need one here in this match because they've been behind through a lot of this game. The Liquidation lands true on the Espeon, and that is another KO for the Inteleon on the bottom path. MJK fighting extremely well, but we have level 13.
Yeah, they did go with Venusaur even with the muscle band. Like I said, not very committal. They're messing with the audio levels, I see.
Often, and also late, midday, you're just going to see a lot of Solar Beams.
Yeah, at night, Solar Beam.
Midday,
morning,
Solar Beam.
Morning, Solar Beam. Breakfast, Solar Beam. You eating them all day long, and that's exactly what they want Lutano to be doing. Buy time for those to get hit. But now this Regieleki is flying towards a tier 1.
Not many points on the Zacian. Oh, no, they have like 30.
Able to be dealt with fairly easily, but they're looking to push off the back of this, Greg.
MJK is just extremely aggressive right here, and some teams would walk away from this, but they want the fight. They want to try to push this in, and it is right there.
Celeste is kind of getting buckled. They forced to retreat. They get eaten by a Liquidation here, and that thing's going to hit again. And now Zacian can frontline to buy time. A nice little overcap there. 293 to 123 with less than 3 in the game.
That's right. This is a huge break point here for MJK. Unlike their last match, right now we see that they are ahead considerably in points. They don't need to be as aggressive in that final fight, but I wouldn't expect that they're going to let off the gas anytime soon. MJK just keeps putting the pressure on TTV. TTV having a couple good engagements later into this match now that they have their Venusaur powered up, now that they have their Urshifu online, but they're going to need a big win here at Rayquaza, or MJK is going to take our first series of the World Championships.
Yeah, MJK positioning uniquely. They don't want the bottom objective. They're actually just trying to make a wall around it and have TTV collapse into them.
Yeah, and we can see now Lutano on that Venusaur making their way towards this central area. Obviously, TTV is looking to protect their squishier backline Pokemon, the Espeon, the Venusaur. They are using their ranged attacks to see exactly where they may be inside some of this tall grass right here, as MJK does not need to actually put the pressure on. They are way ahead on the scoreboard.
Inteleon getting chunked by that Solar Beam that was bush checking a little bit. Haku King going to be sought out and found as they go into that bush. And now it's just about trying to find where MJK is hiding. And they found one immediately. 3 players there chipping up. The Unite move comes out. Zacian is down. TTV found their mark and they cashed it in quickly. Haku King's trying to peel back to the rest of their team, but TTV sees the Rayquaza as the objective they want. Zugrok good spacing right on top of the Scyther. And now the Scyther has to dive into the middle. Double wing beat comes through. Solar Beam as well. Burnanger. Trevor to Unite on top. Holy smokes. 4 players out for MJK.
Oh.
TTV seals it up. Celeste gets it for them. And holy smokes, what a bounce back by the squad.
Brought it back.
The team says there's still fight left in us here in Japan. And now they're putting in those burgers.
They are looking to flip.
Zation is almost assuredly gonna die. Oh.
Into that solar beam, and here comes a massive 100 points from the Umbreon. 423, 293 for MJK right now. TTV with a commanding lead. 50 seconds left though, so MJK is not out of this match at all. However, there are still members of TTV.
They're taking points. The Umbreon's gonna go score again.
The Umbreon moving across the map away from everyone else, picking up AOS energy, getting ready to score as MJK.
That's a strong play, because that's a lot of points that they're gonna have to contest with, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they're gonna have a strong back line here, because them breaking this goal means nothing. Oh yeah, that's over. That's game. Umbreon gets the 100 and comes back to defend the bottom goal. They don't break it, and Urshifu gets an ult off that kills them all. Hot dang! That's the power of an Urshifu, baby. Broken.
As we can see, TTV
powerful, strong.
Taking an amazing fight there at Rayquaza. You can see the scoreline ticking up right here. We can now see who won. Big win there for TTV.
Great bounce back, and tell you what, they were searching for their target. They found the Zacian, they jumped on the Zacian, and that was really the beginning of the end for MJK in that game. The Zacian needed to stand tall and needed to be with the team. They were trying to get clever with their spacing. One good guess out of TTV, and literally, I don't even know if it was a guess, because Celestial pretty much committed right into that bush, and the follow-up was immediate. Once that first domino fell, the rest of the squad followed right after, and that's an easy red.
Easy Ray for TTV. Incredibly aggressive. I got it here.
It's the strong Ray Pokemon. Strong Ray Pokemon are doing well.
Can't count out TTV that earlier.
They did have a Zacian and Teleon though, so they didn't have a bad one. But that Scizor, that Scyther over Scizor, I don't know if that worked out for them too well.
What a game there. You were saying before, Wonderchef, whoever is losing.
We'll have to look at the stats.
So far is the story of our match. I know, what a set. I feel like the first set of Worlds is like a grand finals already. This is exactly what we want to see. It is so even, you can see the score right there, but let's take a look at how the actual battle data.
How'd they do? How did they do?
Lutano, now
this is on 43. It did a good amount of damage. It did a good amount of damage. It took a fair amount of damage. 57 healed by the Blissey, less than the Eldegoss. More damage taken though. The Trevenant didn't get to do all that much damage. Neither did the Umbreon.
Not really having the same level of impact. Early game though, it looked amazing from Sona this game. It did. Of course, it's really hard to judge because it did get jumped on in that late game so heavily. And actually, we can see it right here. Lucapo, again, like you mentioned, has been, in my eyes, oh, that was such a beautiful play. It was just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that was like the good Scyther play when it was too early. And after that, it felt like the Scyther, yep, that happens for the rest of the game. It did well, but it's still, they're taking a lot of heavy casualties there.
MJK, not that way at all. They go in and they go in deep. A lot of, flux zone pushes and making that value across the map wherever they need to find it. And it's been looking amazing so far. Zogrug on this Umbreon, I called out as one of the big playmakers of this matchup. And even though it wasn't
there's the Urshifu secure. Boom.
I think it was so impactful.
Trevenant's in a bad way, but not dead.
Snarl are massive, and getting multiple stuns just makes it that much easier for Otter and for Lutano to really hit those big
uncharged ult from Zacian.
Right, for anybody who's not as familiar with some of these newer Pokemon, we're going to see Umbreon with a lot of different builds throughout the day. It is a strong Pokemon in a bunch of different, almost even roles, but you can see right here, that was the follow-up after getting that pick. It's just a beautiful collapse from the side of TTV, and we could just see it happening in slow motion, really, as we were watching it live. It's just like, yeah, that pick happened, and you know that TTV is not going to give up that opportunity. And so, exactly like we said, it's been 2 games where it's been an early lead from one team, and then they've lost it. But now the
Eldegoss trying to score the 6 the whole time. Only gets 1 off.
Yeah, exactly. They are. Can you win early?
Of course it's the American team that starts spinning when they're winning. Of course.
And for that play call
accolade, running the Wicked Blow throat shot build that Celeste definitely tries to focus on primarily. A lot of that big hit secure, but also, as you can see, kind of that 1-2 combo of throat chopping in, hitting one Wicked Blow, Unite move, and following up into another Wicked Blow to basically eliminate one thing. Yeah, the Urshifu is...
I really want to see the end of this because TTV is one that I actually did expect to do well.
So we are now going to be going into game 3. We've seen a lot of switches, like basically people taking their opponent's Pokemon because they're just so good at it as well. But you can see right here, we just saw Celeste extremely strong.
Lapras once again taken out. Urshifu being taken out by TTV after they won with it.
So we're just gonna ban it out, even though
Umbreon's still on the table.
They're gonna take that away. Now there's a whole lot of defenders.
Zacian's still on the table.
However, in this position in the past, they have first picked that Inteleon. Honestly, the versatility that Pokemon brings is huge, but the defenders are really going to be the tail of this tournament. They are so
It's really weird seeing players play without Mewtwo.
First pick is no surprise to me, but do we see MJK steal away the Inteleon? We haven't seen them play today yet.
Well,
Another Zacian, what a surprise.
They are going to first pick the Zacian.
Trev on the table, Comfey on the table, Venusaur on the table. A lot of MJK's team feels like it's still on the board. Inteleon as well, yep. There goes Inteleon once more, as expected.
Inteleon and, of course, that Blissey for the side of TTV. I feel like TTV is very happy with this draft so far.
Oh, for sure. Hongo King grabbing this Trevenant first pick is interesting, but we always have this...
It's already a dangerous setup from TTV. Oh, a Hoopa. That throws a big wrench into it. Cram! The rare Cram game. Spraggles is happy.
Executing Pokemon that we have in the game, that air/dot combination is amazing. But Wonder Chef, it's your favorite, so why don't you break this down?
I have been waiting for this entire year for Cramorant to be picked. This is the first time on a UCS broadcast that I've gotten to see Cramorant. I am so excited. And of course, there are quite a few. Kello actually was saying there's quite a few coming out of Japan. But on the other side, we are going to see the Buzzwole come back, probably being played by Celeste, and then
Buzzwole
as well. So this is going to be some pretty high damage on the
Oh, they're going. Oh, they're thinking about it. Back for the Scyther. One more time.
But hey, you know I'm excited for the Cram.
Okay, in terms of roles, we have 0 of them in the game. However, MJK is essentially playing double speedster. We have Scyther and Cramorant, which are both amazing last-hitting Pokemon. Otter and Luton are going to play so careful to not be caught out and just immediately burst it down. Indoor support is going to be great. That healing number is going to be huge at the end of the game. The problem is it comes a little slow. It comes in tandems, and if we have the rest of the Scyther and Cramorant really popping off, they're going to shut down their enemies in between those healing moments.
Yeah,
I think if the Buzzwole catches the Cram or the Scyther, I think TTV has a good chance at this. If they can just superpower the Cram or the Scyther, they're in good shape. If they can insta-kill the Hoopa, go for it, but they really don't. They would have to get a snipe shot or an early liquidation. It would not be easy. It would not be easy to kill the Hoopa early before they could ult. And if they get the ult off, they're doomed. So that's a risk. It's a risk, but it's an option. Hoopa's probably going to be staying in the back, though. The Cram is probably going to be investigating. The Scyther's probably going to be on the flank. If they can just pick the right flank and get them. Good scenario for DTV. Otherwise, I don't like it. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
And the Scyther were working incredibly well. Lucapo and Hagu King were in there. That's how
the Trev Scyther Cram. That Cram ulting would be devastating because like Inteleon's probably gonna die to that. And if Inteleon dies to that, like it all falls apart. So they're gonna have to be really aggressive, but very precise. This is not in TTV's favor, I don't think.
Well, I've been studying the first
Hooray fight specifically, because that's really the only part of the game that matters.
Straightforward one here to really coach me through this. Hoopa Zacian is a bully.
They're really kind of boned if the Hoopa gets the ult off or the Cram gets the ult off. MJK has a lot of win conditions on this team. They have a lot of win conditions. And TTV really doesn't have any outside of just a superpower and an ult on Buzzwole. That's really the only win condition they have. Unless there's just the Blissey Umbreon can just like 2v4 for a while against a Zacian. So no, nothing. Hey, yo, Viper 10, we're watching just a little bit of the World Championships of Unite. Just because I really want to see if TTV wins or not. Because I bet on them on a couple of my accounts. So I'm interested in how that goes. Also, I wanted to see if we could get the code. If we could find the code for the some of the rewards, but I don't remember what they are.
They've got TTV on their heels here in this top path. Once again, moving in massive sacred swords, trying to take that experience that was secured, however, by the side of TTV. Right now, the scoreline very close, 8-0, as we can see the Trevenant in the central area here.
Who shall win, indeed.
The Umbreon trying to chase it out right now, and they do push it back.
Creatively, though,
we got NA versus Japan here. North America versus JP. And of course, the American team is the one that disrespected first. What a shock.
Pick up some of this nice big side beam right there with the stun. It's getting very low, but it's got the Hoopa portal that it can go back through, and it does. Incredible play there from MJK, and just once again, always in the face of TTV. And here comes the Cramorant.
Cram is going deep. Inteleon's going for it, and they get it. It's a lot of damage. Cram is a little aggressive there, but if they can break the goal, or at least make it low. No, not even. They don't really even get any kills for it either. That actually didn't work out too well. Yep, there's another. Back and forth, it wasn't too bad.
But now they're singled out. It's a 3-on-1, and they're collapsing on top of the Zacian. Can they get a Hoopa portal? They're going to see if they can catch it. Phantom Force comes through for a nice little potential
Oof, that snipe shot hit. But it's only going to get weaker from here. Yeah, they're getting the good snipes, though. Utano's getting those snipes, and they are working hard for him.
Insanely aggressive. The fight is still continuing. I think they only backed off there for a second so they can give you a
Let's go, Content Cowboy.
Reggie Rock is being ripped off the board right here. MJK, once again, look at this positioning. Look how aggressive they are, just pushing TTV out of all of these fights.
I mean,
well, that's what Trev does. You can't do anything about it. That's the problem. Can't stun it, can't kill it, can't move it, can't do anything. Yep, he's dead for that. Buzzwolf's finally here, gets the eject button out of the combo, very nice. Ooh, if the Blissey could have healed the Buzzwole. Oh no, they didn't try and push it. That was a wild try. That was a wild attempt to score, Buzzwole. What are you doing? That was wild. This Buzzwole is getting baited by every single Sacred Sword. You would like to move it, move it.
Somehow making their way across the living room full.
This Buzzwole is their only hope, and oh boy, he is gullible. You gonna superpower that Hoopa? No, such a shum, man.
And man, what an aggressive series between these two teams. MJK just always putting that pressure on TTV.
When's the last time you saw so many yellow pips on the side of TTV's map? That is how much pressure MJK is putting on this team. They can't do the traditional wild Pokemon farming that they're used to. And now Hagu King's just on their side of the map, poaching whatever's left. I mean, MJK has a very clear-cut, aggressive strategy, and they're executing it over and over again. Nice secure.
Oh, the steal. Look at that. A lot of kills, a lot of deaths. Yep, there's the Cram ult that they're going to have to worry about. Snipe Shot is going to be an interesting counter to it. Ooh, they went in. I did not expect the Cram to come back or go in instead of out. That was wild. That was a wild play. Hoopa trying to stop them from scoring. Umbreon trying to get the score off anyway. Stealing the berry, looks like. Very nice.
As they are continuing to push, Hoopa, of course, could bring the whole team down right now. It is level 9. It has its Unite move.
They're trying to stun down Zugruk. Nice little engaged. Trevenant comes out. It only catches Zugruk, but that's a prime target for them right now. Woodhammers are laying in, and another objective. bought literally off the back of Hagu King, who is playing so well on that front line.
Yeah, that Trevin is just so incredibly aggressive, always in the face of teams.
And the worst part is you can't even get rid of Trev either, because you have to get rid of Lapras or it does the same thing.
4 minutes left in this match, and here we go once again.
And you have to get rid of Umbreon or it does the same thing. It's like, no matter what, there's always going to be one incredibly disruptive tank.
Pokemon is very clear to all of us now. That's why they're prio picking.
They're going for some back caps. TTV trying to keep their lead up. Very good plan.
And now they're closing out a goal zone. They're shrinking this lead. It's less than 200 now. Hagu King's there. If they get a KO on them, that doesn't even really matter because they're isolating.
They're in a bad way for this Aleki, so they're going to have to go back. Yep. Buzzwole going for the Hoopa would be a good idea here. Couldn't do it in time.
They're getting really aggressive on this goal zone.
Yeah, look at that spacing right in top of the Cowboy Cramps. Everybody had to retreat back through the shots that were going out. Zugrug's still playing far forward, forces out their Unite move. They're still on top of this goal zone. Zugrug's low.
Ooh, gets a kill. Doesn't get to stop the goal, though. Ooh, no eggs. No eggs on Blissey.
Almost everybody, are they going to rain back through? They're not going to make that choice. They're going to hang out for a minute and take a deep breath because that didn't quite end up the way they wanted. TTV standing tall in the middle of the tsunami.
They have the burn for this.
Crazy. It felt like they were coming at them from all angles, but TTV kept their composure inside this fight, pushed them back, secured that Regieleki, and now the question is anyone going to deal with this Reggie in the bottom path? Obviously, this can give you a huge advantage moving into...
If I had to guess, they're probably just going to have the Zacian murder this and then just prepare. This Regibot is not worth it for either team. Because Trevenant's going to take a ton of damage trying to protect for this Reggie. And if he dies, like, they're incredibly boned. Yep, neither team goes for it. They just wall each other out. TTV actually just focusing on the advantage. Yeah, Hoopa can portal them to anywhere, so they don't need to be close, so they're just spread out looking everywhere. Oh, Station goes in. The camera is not going to look at it. They went in, and the Umbreon took some hits. Tana going for some snipes.
No one wanting to start this fight just yet. Everything is on the line here in this series.
Very nice, very nice. Umbreon just walling out, keeping looks. Buzzwole needs to be looking for that Hoopa, or that Scyther, or that Cram. Buzzwole's going for it. Cram is in the back line. Ooh, if Buzzwole knew about that, he could have gone there. Instead, he went for the Hoopa, tried to get him before he could get the ult. Oh, he doesn't get it out in time. Cram goes for the ult. Umbreon's going to take the hits, and Blissey is not going to go in to try and save them. Blissey goes in late now, trying to protect the Inteleon. That did not quite go according to plan. Buzzwole goes for the ult. Gets a kill. Blissey dies, so Buzzwole is also going to die here, unfortunately. Lives a while, though. Yep. That's a shame. If Buzzwole had not gone in at that moment and went for the Cram, that could have gone so much better. The TTV fell apart right there at the end. They fell apart. They were split up. They were all over the place. The Buzzwole was in front with the tanks because they switched sides. The Hoopa got away. It fell apart.
As they look to try to stop a score. MJK with the incredible aggression right there. TTV caught out in that Rayquaza pit. The Inteleon went down, and then that was it for TTV. 15 seconds left as they rush.
Hoopa is going to get the score exactly like TTV did last time. Zacian is also going to get the score, and they can teleport back. TTV doesn't even get to score here.
I'm curious if MJK used the Zacian to do the bait and switch, because they caught the Zacian immediately to TTV. The difference was the follow-up. The follow-up, the follow-up. TTV got that.
Ultra 4. Let's go, Viper. Ultra 5. That's rough.
Every other member of TTV, no questions asked, and holy smokes, what a team fight by them.
Yeah, what an incredible fight here from TTV. Just looking absolutely amazing.
An understatement, and a gutting feeling for TTV, because you know that is a huge, huge, huge roadblock for you on your way into day 2 for this event. MJK, on the other hand, has to feel great. You played against a good team. If that didn't warm you up for the rest of the day, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible start here for MJK. What an incredible start for Japan here in their home country at the World
I told you, TTV was at a disadvantage for this game, and they most certainly were.
TTV able to take one game off of MJK right there, but they are going to
In the Pokemon Presents, they talked about
this group stage to have a chance to move on after losing.
They talked about something. I can't remember what exactly.
But you got to dig in and you got to find something within you to run hard the rest of the day and try to make some magic happen for yourself. MJK needs to use this momentum. We talk about momentum all the time. TTV had it in the NA Regional Finals. MJK just bought that thing at a premium right now, taking out a quality team and putting themselves on the path to day 2.
Yeah, as we take a look here, you can see our scoreboard right here. Obviously, TTV in control, but a very, very close match right there. Then an amazing fight from MJK, and it was all over at that Rayquaza. You know, it matters how you play the first 8 minutes of Pokemon Unite, but boy, those pivotal moments at the end.
Does it really?
Make any
I don't think it does. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it does.
That was really it for them.
Yeah,
TTV was winning the whole game, and they only scored 200. Ray gave 500.
Take objectives, take KOs, last hit, and make sure that this team could stay standing in the face of the pressure that was being put on. But if I need to shout one player out here for MJK, Haku King on that Trevenant, holy smokes.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And again, they were just always in the face of TTV. It felt like they were never letting the gas off at any moment. And just as you said before, Doopsnacks, there were points in the match where TTV normally would have cleaned their plate and gotten all of that wild Pokemon experience, but MJK just never
Holy smokes.
Never stopped pushing every single fight. Even when they were behind in that final fight, they kept being aggressive, they kept fighting, and they were able to come back and win this thing. Incredible stuff from MJK in our first series of the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I was taking a look at MJK here, and they played well, obviously well. We talk about aggression, that was very controlled aggression out of them. But I'll tell you what, we have Sona from MJK on the stage for an interview, so let's throw to that right now.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm on stage with Sona from MJK after an amazing first game. Congratulations.
Oh, this is the third game of Luminosity. I'm going to commentate this one. And so hold on a sec. Here we go.
Despite Luminosity not picking this Pokemon as of yet, still, I mean, it's been banned in game number 1 as well, so the Comfey is still available, but SAUL not too afraid of that. Now, is this an Umbreon pick?
Alright.
Is SAUL gonna make
So, looks like they have banned Hoopa and Lapras. Good choices, but that means that Zacian, Umbreon, and...
Interesting choice there.
Zacian and Umbreon are both on the table, as well as Urshifu.
Able to evolve at level 4, but it does open up the Slowbro and Inteleon pick, and I must say,
Slowbro and Inteleon, classic.
Oh yeah, James Pond is looking real good today.
James Pond is a rough name.
Giving them SAUL the chance to take Umbreon away, and yes, they are going to grab it. SAUL has to. They are backed into a corner in this draft mode. If they don't pick Umbreon, you're giving over double defender to a team like Luminosity, which is just terrifying to have to deal with. So they're going to grab the Umbreon, they're going to grab the Clefable, which has been their support of choice for sure. Luminosity Gaming, though.
Luminosity NA versus India Seoul Esports.
We're going to grab the Blissey, and then of course
Zacian Blissey, classic play. That is a dangerous team on Luminosity's side here. Already dangerous.
What is happening? We have another Zacian pick alongside a Blissey, so it's obviously going to be feeding. Will it end up going for that helping hand? Safeguard combination.
Yeah. Oh, and wow, a Blastoise selection.
Ooh, a Blastoise and a Ninetales. They have an interesting front line, but they don't have a lot of stun. They do not have a lot of stun. They have Umbreon and they have some of Ninetales, but no Rapid Scarf, so they're going Blizzard Ninetales, so even then, a character like Venusaur can kind of just run around it. Zacian can just dash through it, and Unstoppable through it. Slowbro doesn't care. Not a lot of stun.
I think we all know how strong the Sword Dog can be.
It can definitely
Oh boy.
be really strong, but one thing I am really excited
Let's
to
see,
is
Leafeon
Overlord
and
on the
everything
Venusaur.
here.
Obviously, they have that sleek spoon and those choice specs. Oh wait, no, they don't.
That is a really strong. That's a really strong quad for Ray there. Plus Inteleon ult on Luminosity side. For the left, Umbreon Blastoise is pretty strong. That's a pretty good front line.
What a composition from these two
It's going to be tough, but it's going to be tough.
Western team, something we haven't seen yet, and I really do feel like Rin could make this Pokemon look amazing. And then we've got Overlord on what looks to be the
Spriggles?
Dance Giga Drain version of Venus.
That my
We're gonna
Spriggles?
see what happens when they bring it into game.
Yeah, which all leads me to believe that maybe the Inteleon is going back to Snipe Shot, trying to play it in distance.
I would say so. I would think that it is here as we head into game number 3. We can see that first pick being Leafeon on the side of SAUL Esports. And I gotta say, I'm a little confused by this one. I'm surprised this Pokemon is getting so much priority.
Yeah, it almost seems like LG did SAUL a favor by banning it in game 1, so they couldn't have picked it this early. I'm with you, Spraggles. Leafeon is great, but it doesn't necessarily warrant a first pick, in my opinion, in the current map.
Woof, already taking a big KO here, or should I say woof.
That is a bad start. You do not want to give Zacian a level lead. That is that's painful. That hurts. That's it. Yep, that Zacian hit level 4 along with 2 other Pokemon for Luminosity. They are already poised for a very strong early game, and that was already Seoul Esports' like best shot, is that they had 2 EVs and a Ninetales. Their early game should have been spectacular. Already losing. Yep, and Slowbro just gets away. Loses the Focus Sash 3 seconds before Birds, but will it matter? They got the experience they needed. They got the experience they needed. It didn't go too poorly for either team there. Dying for a stack. You never want to do that for a Zacian. This is an interesting strategy up top. This could be the difference in the game. That top lane sacrificing a couple of stocks for the stacks against a Zacian Blissey. That's gonna be a monster wherever objective it decides to rotate to.
Yeah, it's not a full camo when it walks along the wall. It just kind of gives it like a little bit of a fuzzy, like transparent look, so you can still suss it out and see it, unlike Sableye.
That's right, yeah. You are able to see this Pokemon, a little bit of predator action almost. You can kind of see it moving around that jungle, and you have to do something about it.
Well, Leafeon jumping on top of Blissey quickly. Elo peels out. Overlord still sitting in the middle. You said Pedal Dance Giga Train, and that is online, and 3 players lined up right in a row. It's a great recipe for success there. As the Umbreon gets a KO, and Inteleon quickly, Curios sent back to the respawn point, but Overlord's still hanging out. They want more action, and the whole team's collapsing here. Big Blizzard A9 combination. A KO comes from it, but 3 back the other way.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity, right into the face of 2 Blizzard Avalanches. But that Giga Drain just able to keep Venusaur healthy, and at the same time, if you land your Giga Drain, you're reducing the amount of incoming damage to that Venusaur, so they're able to withstand that huge special attack damage from a Alolan Ninetales right there.
The fact that Overlord has just hit level 9,
Oof.
and Zacian can go farm up in the middle of the map is a great start for LG.
Once again, just going so deep into their goal for these stacks. Oh, Soul is just dying for these stacks. I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Like, the level lead is pretty rough right now. And these are late game characters, so giving them a level lead is dangerous. Venusaur is such a late game character, because look at that. Just ults and Ninetales is nearly dead. Oh, but he does get countered for it. Leafeon does counter ult for it.
They're moving onto this Regirock, and they want it in a bad way. Are they going to be able to take it? Egg Bomb.
They do manage to get it. Station's a little late. They're going for full charge. Sacred Sword doesn't quite kill the Leafeon. Ninetales burns an ult. Inteleon burns an ult. Going for the snipe shot. Classic going for the bush. Enemy team was ready for it.
LG still upright here as we see Overlord just looking for more experience in.
Looks like they're going for it. Inteleon aggressively pursuing the War Turtle here.
damage to SAUL.
All Might back onto the goal zone. They are still struggling to find level 9 and running straight at
Blissey going to be given some TLC. Ooh, very aggressive Inteleon. Dies for it. And Slowbro ults the Leafeon. Doesn't quite get the kill. That Clefable is doing whatever it can to keep this lead while they have it. But even then, still a level lead on Luminosity, and they are fiending for some kills. Soul Sports has basically burned everything they have just to keep up right now, and anyone that gets caught out is in deep trouble.
All over the place. Christmas probably has a few more lights than just yellow, but you get what I mean. All over the map, there's a ton of experience to pick up.
Historically, Christmas known for its yellow patterning. There you go, kid.
Ooh, Leafeon ults and gets the Inteleon again. In a terrible position and caught out, like I said. It's going to end poorly. Zacian is able to get in. Yep, Blissey is able to get the Leafeon, and they're pushing that goal. Ninetales ults, doesn't get the Zacian. Zacian can just stand on that goal and force them to make bad decisions here. Put in a bad way. Venusaur does get taken down. Snipe Shot takes down the Ninetales. And Clefairy has nothing left to fight back. I told you, they get caught out once and they're down. I told you they were burning all their resources. Blastoise keeping the Regieleki up top. They're going to get this Regibot for free. Looks like they're going to defend goal, though, Soul Sports. Is this Petal or Beam? This is Petal. This is Petal. This is Hyper Aggro Venusaur.
Zacian was going to look like from Rin, and it is a thing of beauty so far.
Yeah, already level 12, biggest thing on the map, and it's been a long time since we've seen Rin outpace Overlord in terms of level. They actually taken a back seat on this team. And
Zacian is now level 12, Venusaur 12, Umbreon just got 10. Zacian going in on the goal, uses agility to get out, Slowbro in a bad way, eject buttons to get out, deals with the mean look. Zacian does get taken down, that's very huge. That's very huge. That was another Leafeon ult, though. Most of the kills they've gotten this game so far have just been Leafeon ult. And that's going to be real dangerous if that Slowbro ults Leafeon again at Ray. Because that right now is looking like the win condition for Luminosity. If Slowbro ults that Leafeon, they are in trouble. Look at Venusaur survive all of this with that Giga Drain at low health, and a Snipe Shot finally turns the tides in their favor. I can't believe that they did not get punished for this. Blastoise goes down, Ninetales goes down. Unbelievable. Venusaur was caught in a terrible position, still goes down because that's what those level leads do. Giving up those kills early in the game is going to be something because those stacks are not building up. Those stacks are not making it worthwhile for Blastoise and Clefable here. Zacian up top, Venusaur getting tons of farm, already level 13 in 1 second. There it is, level 13s, 2 of them. Getting the Aleki. Ninetales steal, gets the steal, doesn't get hit for it either. Good timing because Zacian did not have their Sacred Sword or their agility up there.
Pokemon as SAUL secures Regieleki, and it puts him in a position to possibly take a fight here in the bottom half.
Yeah, really a great performer since May. We've been looking at his Alolan Ninetales, and it's really just kind of kept pace and been able to keep up with these new Pokemon being released and perform well. SAUL, despite knowing that there's multiple players dealing with the Regieleki, not willing to commit to the basement Reggie, setting up for that big Ray fight.
Yeah, I think
in those levels, Zacian 14, very dangerous. Zacian 14, Blissey 12, higher level than most of their team. Ooh, 14 on the Venusaur too, with double buffs. Zacian finds the Blastoise, thinks about it. Ninetales reveals position. Misses Blizzard. Going for bottom bush, checking. Zacian keeping wall up. There's this Leafeon hiding in the background. Zacian 6 points, but Zacian goes to stop it, so it is worth it for the Leafeon to do this unless they die here. Oh, just barely gets the kill with Blastoise. But now Venusaur is able to go in scot-free, and yep, Slowbro has an ult to burn on whoever they want. Venusaur ults is able to chase this Ninetales down. They are not getting away. They are not living nothing. Blissey gets away, heals up. Umbreon's getting taken down. Now it's time to burn. They're burning it. 2 of them are down. Leafeon's just back and doesn't have ult. Zacian is now back. Zacian. Oh, the turns indeed. Blastoise is going to be a bit of a wall here. It's going to be a bit annoying, and they have ult, so they're not going to be able to burn it. And Venusaur is going to have to survive all of this. And he goes. Inteleon is here with ult, getting some big basic attacks. Leafeon goes for the... doesn't have ult, goes in for the Leaf Blade. It doesn't get it because they don't have ult. That's why that back cap was dangerous. Leafeon... Venusaur back to burning the Rehi. Blastoise just undying. Ninetales here just trying to pester. Slowbro is just looking for the steal, it looks like, and he gets it. He was just sitting there looking for the steal because he has so much health and he is fine with it. This is a big Luminosity push. Can they get those scores in? Last 7 seconds. They get the top. Venusaur going for mid. Gets it. Huge lead. Slowbro protecting bot lane. Blastoise trying to go for middle. That is a huge push. I told you. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful with those early game deaths. You have to be careful. Those stacks are not worth it. Blastoise was a huge threat and pumping out huge damage, and no matter how much damage they did, it was not enough. Even with the special specs, even with the Aeos cookie, whatever they had, it is not enough because that Venusaur had those level leads. It was 2-3 levels higher than the rest of the team, and it was not enough damage. It's not enough damage. And that end game was not worth it. Crazy. You play like this all the time. Where's our invitation?
What an amazing secure. I believe it was Slash that was able to get the final hit there on that Rayquaza. But wow, cutting it close, Luminosity.
Cutting it close indeed, and I'll be honest, if ELO wasn't playing one of the games of their life on that Blissey, they don't even have a chance to win that game. That Overlord exchange that we were talking about, that they won kind of in the late stages, about the 4-minute mark, that was breaking point number 1.
Insane. Look at that. 94 healing on the Clefable, 79 on the Blissey. 101 damage on that Venusaur. So you can't be giving up those kills. It's like, oh, Zacian's the one that got the kills. Yeah, but Venusaur got all the farm because Zacian didn't need it. That's huge. We have no good chemistry.
Really, really impressive stuff here from SAUL. I mean, a heartbreaker of a finish.
It's because we don't pick any of the broken mons, that's why.
Big moments indeed. Kicking it off here, we had a nice little KO on top of in the hands of SAUL, but this was the moment that just pivoted, and this is the Overlord really leveling up here. This would allow them to get level 9 super early before the first objective.
Yeah, and that was massive. However, they did pick up a huge KO on it, so they actually had a lot of opportunities to take down Overlord in some of these big fights. We see later that does not happen.
It looked like it was really even, but really, all it was just Leafeon ult. That's all it was. Leafeon ult was pretty much all of the kills and all of the winning fights that they had the whole game. Luminosity had a demanding, dominating lead the whole game.
As we'll see here in a second, they peel off and make a big score, put themselves ahead at Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. What I thought was going to be an in scenario, we were going for the score, Snowy gets caught, but actually the Zacian gets KO'd because All Might was peeling up for the support there, and that brings us to this.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that then Luminosity could push this because there was no Blastoise, no Leafeon, and they had Inteleon, they had a Venusaur, they had a Blissey, and they had ults and a Slowbro, and they could burn that team down. Clefable got taken down. Ninetales got taken down. Umbreon got taken down. The Blastoise finally got there. He was alone. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't take him down. It's dangerous. That Leafeon back cap was not worth it for 6 points. It's wild. That was such a wild play. It's like, yeah, did it bait the Zacian? Yes, but in order for it to be worth it for you, you had to bait the... They baited the Blastoise. Not worth it. Isn't this the first Inteleon W? No, I'm pretty sure there's been a couple.
Look where we're at. SAUL pretty much eliminated here.
TTV versus
and that is LG's first step to trying to take down this group.
Yeah, incredible stuff here.
TTV versus another team had a ton. They had a ton of those.
Is going to move forward in this group. We've got an interview ready on stage right now with Cal.
They had like 3 Inteleon games in a row.
Let's send it on over to them.
That is crazy. Luminosity win.
Luminosity the player of the match from last game, and I think multiple times as well. But obviously, Overlord being back on the world stage, how does that feel to be here for the second time?
Oh yeah, it feels great to be back. I could definitely tell we felt a little bit of nerves, you know, from last year, but I think, you know, as the tournament goes on, we'll get more confident, and I think we'll be right back to where we were last year, Worlds. Hopefully winning again Grand Final. So.
Yes, definitely just a warm-up, right? But I need to know, obviously there are a lot more teams here this year. Are there any teams in particular you cannot wait to verse?
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited to play against some of the EU teams like Nouns, Talibobo.
Yep. Towns is the one I'm looking at.
Last year in the Grand Finals, they're a good team, and Tally is regarded as one of the favorites to win this whole thing, so I think it would be really good to play them.
Oh, 7.
Hopefully take them down.
Well, we'll just have
If that's true, that's rough.
Thank you so much, Overlord. We cannot wait to see the next matchup that you have against Time to Shine as well. But we are going to throw it to a quick break, so sit tight and we'll be back soon.
Alright. Let me be right back. Let me be right back. U2 joins the fray. You know what? I'll let you guys watch the thing while I'm gone. You guys can watch this while I'm gone. 007 indeed. Look at this sped up Mewtwo footage, as if it didn't look broken enough. Still no code. I can't remember what the code was for though. Oh yeah, that's right, it was for the prediction in Unite. I wonder when that's gonna show up. I return! Alright. Alright. It's hype to see Luminosity. It's also nice to see that I can still understand what happens in a game and why it happens. My commentation has not weakened, nor has my understanding of the game and why these teams are just flopping dead. What are you doing? What are you doing? Anyway. What the heck was I doing? That's the real question. About to be Ray for Luminosity. I kind of want to show that. Let's check out the Ray 5 for Luminosity here.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna have enough time to take this out within the last 4 seconds. That is gigantic. I do like the fact that we saw Gek back up to make sure that it wasn't a double KO there, giving him even more of an advantage. But we gotta look, level is the highest
So Luminosity is orange. A little bit on the back foot here. Blastoise engages into the Trevenant.
Cannot just allow to be dealing damage from the back. And look at this, almost a little bit of a pick. Rin in an unfortunate spot, not going to be fully taken down. In fact, moving forward again, a little bit of a risky choice. We've got 2 members as well of Luminosity up in these top tall grass.
As long as you don't go into that corridor, it's great positioning. As soon as you're there, you're being subject to a Trevenant or maybe even a Gardevoir Unite. But if you hold
3 defenders on Luminosity. Yeah, Gardevoir does just murder things. Venusaur takes a huge hit there. They don't have any engage ults, but a couple of up there, but they do have some range ults. Ooh, very nice eject button. Ooh, manages to go down. Liquidation nearly takes down that Venusaur. 4 of them down. Umbreon still has ult, Slowbro still has ult, Mew still has ult. That's very bad for them, because Luminosity is winning by a wide margin. Venusaur is getting some farm, making sure that they'll have ult if it comes down to it, if they go for a big push. Yeah, Slowbro a little bit of a bad way yet again. It's the Gardevoir once more. Gardevoir doesn't have ult. No one has ult except Luminosity and Clefable. Ooh, a miss. Ooh, a good surf. No ult this time. Keeping in the back though, because all they have to do is keep Ray and goals up. Mew's gonna go for top goal. Yeah. Ooh, 20 and 100 is not enough. Oh, and 100. Gardevoir will sacrifice themselves to keep it off.
Time to Shine have certainly made this a little bit closer. We'll have to wait for that final scoreline to see the result as it
That looks like they won that.
But in the end, it is going to be Luminosity Gaming holding on to their lead.
Really?
Oh, yes, just barely actually. That was as close as it gets. If there was just even
I wonder if there's a score I missed. Heaven forbid they actually show us.
One that could have been an extremely close game. There's a reason why both these teams are 1-0 in this so far.
Absolutely. Well, let's send it over to our analyst to break this.
There it is. Yep.
Take it away.
Wow, what a nail biter.
No, there's no goal I missed. I guess that just wasn't enough.
Behind a lot of that game. This looked like
They scored like 190. Oh, I wonder if one of those scores didn't count, maybe? Yeah, they only scored 100 and the 50. Clefable scored the 50, and Inteleon scored the 100. The other one that they scored must have been someone else. Oh, it was Luminosity that scored that. That's why. Tight.
Obviously, Overlord can really play any type of Venusaur that they would like.
Yeah, Slowbro getting caught by the Gardevoir was really the only problem that happened there.
Pretty light performance from Overlord, I would have to say. But I mean, looking at it across the board, really.
Yeah, 3 mages is really just 3 mages, and Luminosity didn't have any dive, and they still were able to fight that out. That's impressive.
Breaking point right there, but they were just not able to get that final push.
Let's take a look at some of the big moments from.
Oh no, they were liquidation, so I guess
between these two teams again. Time to Shine, Luminosity.
I guess Inteleon wasn't really a mage.
They are going to move forward to our top 8 tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of
kinda, but not really.
Expect Luminosity to make it to the top 8. Time to Shine, still looking pretty good here in game number 1, and they could shut them down.
Look, it's all about being able to shine, right? They still have a chance to make a comeback, and we've seen a fair few round 3 situations, so whether they're going to be able to flip it around and we might end up getting another round 3. But you can obviously see that LG being able to lock down most of those objectives for that match and just put up the defenses.
Yeah, LG just looking incredible throughout this game. You could say it was their time to Luminosity. Dang it, screwed that up.
Doesn't work.
That was all right. All right, Spraggles. Calm down. Just a quick look. What do we have here? Luminosity is picking What a Surprise. Oh, we got a Convey or Shifu? Inteleon. The Inteleon keeps switching sides every game. Overlord going Dodriel, Blissey. Interesting. And the Clefable, Umbreon, dangerous. With the Leafeon, there's Dive now. We've got Urshifu. It looks like that's Attack Weight, Razor, Muscle Band, so probably Water Bear. But not particularly. I wouldn't say that their builds are particularly different. You could really just put the same items on both of them and it wouldn't make much of a difference. Another Blastoise, what a surprise. Another Venu, another Trevenant. You know how it is. All the A tiers and above. The classic. Nothing too special, but interesting to see there. Alright, I can't resist.
That was an excellent eject, but not going to be able to fully chase down, I don't believe. But I
Oh,
mean,
there's just farm left there. He's going for it, too. Oh! Oh, didn't get to the base. What? I'm glad I looked. I'm glad I looked. That's a clip.
A little bit of a fight here. Slash just trying to get out of there. They actually don't try to confirm that. They say, hey, there's more than enough taking us.
Well, with just Razor Leaf available, it's not going to be too easy to get that knockout.
Yeah.
They haven't quite hit that Solar Beam level, which again, this late game focus from Time to Shine is truly putting a lot of pressure on their team. Score-wise, though, they found some ways to make some early dunks happen, which is looking pretty good.
Luminosity got that Overlord. Dodrio's getting some of these steals here. Agility. Or no, they have Jump Kick. They have Jump Kick and Tri Attack. Not a combination often seen, but you can't really go wrong with any of Dodrio's moves. If Clefable has Gravity, we will see how it goes. Oh, what? That's a kill. Convey also taking care of them, making sure they have good health. Bot's getting pushed though.
Level difference is a level 10 already on this Dodrio, and the next highest on the other side is 7.
What do we say, Wonder Chef?
It's that Luminosity level advantage again.
Looking fantastic in these first steps of the game. Time to Shine hasn't really found a foothold whatsoever. First objective of the game could change that though. They have a pretty decent secure with Venusaur and Leafeon.
Don't know which team got that.
Chances to earn some team-wide experience are definitely available.
Well,
that's right.
Orange definitely got that one. Ooh, Tri Attack from nowhere. Gets the hits too.
Of course, the spacing already is so strong.
Ooh, big hits. Big hits. Interesting. They didn't push it at all though. Dodrio going all the way in. Mean looks still on cooldown. And just didn't even push it. This is dangerous. Time to Shine's really letting them get away with a lot. They're not prepared to punish a lot of these plays. They took the Venusaur away from Overlord, but it's not enough. Their Venusaur is not able to capitalize as well. Oh, and dodge it with the score. Oh, and another stop. It looks like they're struggling a little bit. This Venusaur is struggling a little bit. Overlord, or Team Luminosity's Trevenant pushing in on that. Really no risk to it. Why not, right? Interesting that you can see the level at which a character with Focus Sash gets their Focus Sash proc. I kind of wish that was a thing in the game. It'd be nice if you could see if someone had Focus Sash by seeing that little bar on their health bar. That would be really cool. Little tick.
Yeah, it's easy Easier said than done, though, right? I mean, you have Elo giving them the support on that Comfey. If you get too close and you get Grass Knot, you are in a tough spot as well, which it's really cool to see these players in these offline environments choosing Grass Knot quite a bit. Really liking the feel of that move as of recently. Some good aggressive positioning from LG, taking over that half.
It's amazing how many good mechanics are in this game that just aren't available to the public.
A solar beam combination is powerful, but they got to make sure they line it up perfectly.
There is a gravity on that Clefable. Dangerous. Mean look and gravity, and this Dodrio really just does not care and gets away with whatever it wants anyway. Umbreon has ulted. They are free to ult at both of these objectives with no worry. Oh. Venusaur tried to defend the goal. It was too late. It was too late. They get a ton of kills off of this. The level lead is insane on Luminosity, and it's only getting worse. Urshifu's a late game character. Inteleon's a late game character. Trev is a late game character. And Comfey is just going to exacerbate all of that. This, you do, oof. Oof. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Luminosity was a winner of the last tournament, and they're showing why. Still strong. Still good.
In terms of defense and offense, LG really is finding a ways to win this game, and currently Rin is actually pushing towards the enemy's home goal zone to just score again.
Almost unnecessary at this point. Everybody
The reaction time on this Dodrio is insane.
Trying to get this Regieleki. At this point, it wouldn't even do all that much, I think, on the side of time.
No ults, except for Leafeon left.
There we go. Big initiation.
And there it goes. Dodrio gets out of it with a dash.
Leafeon as well.
Oh, the Penta.
Going down, that's going to spread the lead to almost 400 points.
Luminosity Gaming is currently
5K down.
If they win this game, they go to top 8 and have certainly found a new form in this tournament that we have not seen quite yet.
If they win this game, they go to top 8. Luminosity is poised for victory. Hot dang. Boys, man. Really? Time to Shine are going for this. Well, all 5 of them are here, so why not? You could be basic attacking Venusaur. It's not that dangerous.
In the favor of Time to Shine, but that's going to not go that far as far as trying to even this up. They should be able to get a little bit of an overtime.
Trying to force a score here, but Trev is just kind of forced out. Don't die for it, though, so really worth in the end. That ended up working out, but Trev doesn't have Focus Sash for a while. I think it's like, what, 90 seconds? Give or take. So they're not gonna have Focus Sash for not gonna have Focus Sash for Ray. Dangerous. Yeah, you can see the green tick is gone from his health bar.
On this lead, and they actually knock out Shelvin as well. They are going to have a very short respawn timer, seeing as Luminosity Gaming has had such a great game so far, but they will be coming on the back foot for this.
I wish we had these spectate controls, being able to switch between looking at one character and like panning around.
To regroup and try to fight their way back in this. Look, as Rin in a potential scoring position.
Because at the moment you have to switch L or R on Switch. Only on mobile can you snap to the person that you want to be looking at directly. Is this camera so smooth? I don't know, man. Even on minimum camera pan, it's still faster than this on Switch. Oh no! Oh, that's devastating. They didn't stand a chance. I blinked and it was over. And another kill! That's it. They're going to Worlds, baby. They are going to Worlds. They literally can't win. Time to Shine literally physically cannot win. They would have to score 700 points. Technically 690 points. And won. 691 points to win. In 40 seconds. They don't cook this 1K. They don't even have 1K. They don't even have 500 points. They've got like 300. And it's even farther away. It is. I know we're calling this game like it's over, but that's because it is.
Every single pocket of every single member of Time to Shine, and they all scored, you would still lose by 3 300 points.
Yep, the current reigning world champions are going to be moving on to the top.
This is like a ranked game. Luminosity is just going in, inting on their goal and dying.
Champions having a great performance yet again, and they're going to have a chance at a second title.
And Time to Shine is still dying on their base goal.
Gonna be moving on. What is he? Ring can't believe it. He's shocked they won.
Can we get a round of applause for our first qualified team? We're going to be seeing more of them tomorrow, fighting their way again to repeat their win, their victory at Worlds. But also,
crazy.
Time to Shine fought extremely well. A tough group to be in, but they represented their region very well. Same thing with SAUL Esports. I gotta talk about them too.
I was just gonna say, SAUL Esports putting on an amazing show, pushing Luminosity and Time to Shine to the edge of their seat in some final moments. Really incredible. But in the end, it's Luminosity Gaming that stand on top of their group. Yet again, the champions pushing on. Shelvin there, unfortunately, having to play against this squad twice, 2 worlds in a row now. So if they both make it to year number 3, we know they're gonna have to compete again.
Oh yeah, that is just how it goes. But hey, you know what? Maybe third time's the charm. But regardless, great stuff.
That was pretty rough.
You know, we got a chance to hear Overlord saying
900 flat in a Worlds game. Look at their numbers. They scored throughout the entire game. They were scoring the whole game. Even the Comfy.
Those final moments. You have that big of a lead, a lot of teams are just going to shore up, they're going to play defense, they're going to play it safe. However, Luminosity Gaming instead takes the fight to the enemy and the enemy central area, and there
Slash.
The damage number is looking clean. Rin in top of the lobby here with 128,000, and of course Overlord again at 6 digits at 121.
Oh yeah, it's just a race between these two most of the time, and then Elo working overtime to try to keep them all up. I do have to point out one MVP as well was Kyrios. Kyrios, you know, we know such a strong special attacker player, but being able to be on that Inteleon just makes them an extra dangerous threat on this team.
Absolutely, and I think they were maybe the best example we have seen of good Unite move usage on Inteleon so far in this tournament. A lot of people forget how great of an objective securing tool a Unite moving Inteleon is, as long as you hit that B button. So I really do think that they are going to be in a good position moving forward into tomorrow's bracket. And well, let's face it, that's what we got to talk about next. They are one of the few teams that has the privilege to be in day number 2 of our World Championships. A lot of people have them ranked extremely high, and well, Luminosity so far fulfilling those promises.
If they can keep on playing like this, it will absolutely be their tournament to
mountain
lose.
compared to a plateau.
You know, they got everything
rough.
they wanted. That's the biggest thing here. I feel like this was a huge draft win for them. I feel like we can say it over and over, and a big reason why
Overlord once again, 121k, scored 250, 11 KOs.
With the scores, and most importantly, in my opinion, choosing that try attack in such a great opportunity to use it.
Yeah, it's hard to pick Drill Peck into Gravity as well, so that is pretty tough. But we do have an interview on stage with LG's own Rin. Take it away.
That's right. I am on stage with the one and only Rin from
Let's go.
Luminosity Gaming. Incredible 2 rounds, Rin. I have to ask, it looked like against SAUL earlier, there was a little bit of a, I don't know, a slow start from you guys, but that felt like vintage Luminosity. What do you think changed?
So I think in that first game, we just kind of drafted something we hadn't really played before, thinking that would be good into the enemy, but we weren't really prepared to do it. So what we did was we just pivoted to things we practiced in scrims, and it ended up working out really well for us. I felt like the rest of those games were really solid.
I have to wonder, there's always a lot of talk about Overlord and how crazy he is and his crazy damage numbers. But wouldn't you say that's just because of Elo and maybe you carry a little bit harder?
Elo's 1v9, what can I say? Support's getting no love. It's messed up.
It really is messed up. As you look towards day 2 here, and as you look towards possibly being world champions again, what do you think your biggest hurdle is going to be?
Honestly, whoever makes it out of Group B is going to be an absolute challenge for us.
Nightmare.
There's 3 amazing teams in that group, and every single one of them can beat us extremely easily, so we have to be prepped for that.
All right, you heard it here.
Extremely easily. You're doomed.
We do this interview this way. I did not want this at all. I cannot wait to see you all on day 2. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with more Pokemon Unite.
That is a cursed Quagsire. Look at little Pikachu. Alright, alright. Alright, back to reality. I am, however, going to listen to this while it happens.
Leafeon is diving on it with their Unite move, tries to get in with the Solar Blade, but ends up getting scared off.
Didn't get KO'd though, that's good. That would be huge. You know, getting your level 12 KO'd at this point in time would be one of the biggest things. Okay, get some damage. However, it was Entity 7 picking up this Regieleki. The Regieleki's definitely not getting in. You're just going to build a little bit more space. You can see all those little yellow dots for all that wild Pokemon on the side of Entity 7. They're now going to be able to get a little bit more time to try and farm those all down, as there's just about a minute and 10 seconds left before the final stretch.
Well, that's the benefit. Entity 7, they do have that comeback experience on the sides, considering both of those bottom and top paths. T1 pads have been broken. Although, Kumu, they don't really have much on their side to farm up.
That's true. That's, I mean, I think another great reason why they've been holding such strong forward positioning. And now that they don't have all that much, let's see if they do decide to focus on this basement Reggie. It's going to be spawning a good amount of time before the Rayquaza spawns, so plenty of time for either team to potentially take it. It feels like ignoring it completely would be a little bit risky, but instead they're going to try to find each other in the center area. Well, maybe they didn't try to, but they ended up finding, I should say. And a little bit of a disengagement. They don't want to overcommit at this point. I mean, there's still 30 seconds left, but you don't want to have to kind of make that run back, especially as we do see Kumu move down to try and take this basement Reggie. They've got plenty of time.
Basement Reggie.
Collapse on from Entity 7 from above.
Yes, this is a really risky move here. Obviously, getting a Reg Ice will give you that HP buff there, but we do
I love
have
it.
Entity 7
I love
that
commentating.
has got their positioning. Now, it's just a matter of time before they go in and collapse around, but at the moment, we are just circling around. But look at this, Entity 7, they're going in.
Ooh, eject button into the ult, into the Mew, and a Solar Bead deletes it. Oh! Can I say that that was beautiful?
Team wipe in a split second. What a fight from Kumu! The engagement with the slow beam into the eject button, Solar Blade into just everything else from their team. That was honestly, we would need to replay that at 10% speed to see everything that happened. In
I can't believe they didn't get Ray. That's wild.
Dominant team fights that we have seen, and Kumu is looking unbelievable.
Entity 7 just got squished there. Obviously, they
Squished
themselves that Rayquaza, but they didn't even get to capitalize on those shields as they just got, and they ended up getting knocked out. But look at this, we have the defenses coming on in. Slowbro being in that bottom path, but A9 and...
Oh, the disrespect. At least it's not NA this time.
Members of Entity 7, they're looking for a push on this top tier.
At least it's Asia Pacific. I think that's what that means.
This is really scary. They're splitting up here. We are going to get one KO. The play will go down.
Ooh, Blastoise still had ult.
This one coming from Entity 7.
Umbreon is still able to guard bot lane. Or Leafeon is guarding bot lane. They get the points in, but Slowbro is here, and they are going to be a menace. Ooh, barely gets it. Eldegoss can get that kill, but oh, Inteleon ult. That's 100 though.
You still have a Dodrio with that quick scoring right now. It's 250 to 244, 350. Entity 7, they have just flipped this table over.
Oh,
that's why you don't guard the third goal. Oh, and they scored bot. Ooh.
The scoring in the end split up a little bit too.
Alright. That's wild. That Ray was beautiful. The eject button Slowbro into the Mew. The last second Leafeon dash into Solar Blade was incredible. I can't believe Blastoise didn't ult in that scenario. He saved it that whole time. And Ninetales was dancing too. They taunted into get bodied. Rip Kumu. Destroyed. Super kick. They're doing the slow-mo. Let's see if we can catch the Ray fight.
Really powerful. Razor Leaf does give you that slight bit of mobility, so we even saw Lance kind of dodging moves from opponents, but then of course these big Solar Blade finishes were the talk of the town, and here you go, that damage on the Blastoise definitely impactful. The Alola Ninetales slow made things tough.
Listen, spin to win indeed, and that's exactly what got it done for Entity
Yep.
7 there. Because
That's the Ninetales and the Eldegoss guarding third goal.
But alas,
Rough.
that isn't what happened, and Entity 7 finds themselves off of...
If they hadn't guarded the third goal, they'd have been fine.
It definitely could be, but now we have to award our player of the game, and that's going to go towards Hitman, who obviously in their player picture knew they'd be playing a whole lot of Inteleon so far today. Got that same finger pose, 59,000 damage, and they of course are running that liquidation build, which so far has seemed to be a bit more successful on stage.
Yeah, it really has. It's really seemed to be only the Western teams that have favored the snipe shot, but Liquidation has looked, at worst, mediocre, and then up.
They also didn't go for any goals after they got the 5K.
On the other side of the scale here.
They didn't go for any. They didn't force them to jump or land in a bad situation or anything.
But not in the way that
They absolutely could have all 5 gone to 1 goal and murdered them.
and a more
An unfortunate advantage from Kumu. They had the advantage, didn't press it at all, and that unfortunately did not end well. Such an amazing, well thought out plan though too. Squandered.
Such a big deal. The War Turtle is one of the, or I should say like the Squirtle, War Turtle, Blastoise line, I think is one of the Pokemon that we see fail to hit its power spike on time the most. So when it's ahead of the curve, it is gigantic. And that's exactly what we saw, enabled by this incredible Zoroark play.
Look, this is still here.
That really was the
It's still here.
how this team played the entire
Sorry, I just wanted to show that off.
Not only with how many picks they managed to get with the Pokemon, but the ability to escape too, which I'm sure you're seeing in a lot of these clips because so many of these are Zoroark-centric, escaping at less than maybe 5% HP so many times over the course of the day.
Oh, definitely, but I have to give credit to that Umbreon. The mean look going into the rapid spin of the Blastoise, they were just not able to escape that, and obviously you pair that up with the Zoroark slash and dash, it was definitely a tough match.
It was. I think we gotta look at the player of the game. It's gonna be Lance. All right, you know, even though I feel like, not to say that Lance did any worse than the previous games, but I feel like we didn't get to see the pop-off solo Lance. I think throughout the entire set. Also, my player of the set, you know, in a personal level. This time, of course, flexing to the third Pokemon of their.
All right. That game's already over. While I wait to find him.
To watch this one, Kello. Two of the best teams in the entire world in a qualification match. It doesn't get better than this. Oh wait, it does, because we got some adorable players in the ground.
They are super duper adorable, but you know what? Oyasumi Macro, they are on the big stage. We know they have a lot of fans in the crowd. We have heard them. I myself am a fan, so I cannot wait to see this match.
Yeah, I know we had this game on the B stage before where Oyasumi Macro played against Kumu, but I was watching it there. It was an incredible game. Last minute heroics from this team, but truly, I want everyone to be aware of how good this Zacian from the side of Oyasumi Macro truly is. I mean, everyone's going to get to know here as we head into game number 1.
So are you telling us that we need to brace for impact?
Yeah, that would be great. Seatbelts on, everybody. Make sure the airbag is in place because we are in for a fantastic matchup. Of course, if Oyasumi Macro can win this game, they are qualified for top 8 tomorrow. Entity 7 looking to still keep their chances up if they can get this match win.
Yes, they need to try and keep
Split jungle. Interesting.
going in for that central area, but look at this. Sneaky little.
And an invade.
Going and trying to steal this blue.
Ooh, Snorlax invade.
And now it's going to go for the Moltoy as well.
Wow, Entity 7 did not bring out this strategy whatsoever against Kumu.
Got it too. Wild.
Central area invade Snorlax experience share for the little bit of movement speed as well to try to shut down this Urshifu, and well, holding P up here.
Ooh, didn't get the berry.
Really solid start to the match.
Oh, that is a solid start indeed. Making sure.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna get out of this. I don't think he's gonna get out of it safe.
And just try and delay this
Dead.
Yeah, it actually takes ton to actually rotate up to find the KO onto Snorlax there, so a whole lot of time given, and of course some early game presence. Now that Urshifu will finally
It also
get here,
forces them to go bot.
it actually allows Reggie to get the KO the other direction.
Oh, they get the KO, but look at this. The presence of this Zacian just freaks me out.
Yeah, the Sword Dog definitely an intimidating.
Urshifu has evolved now, and they lost the Ninetales. It was an interesting play, but it hasn't really paid off as much as you would hope.
Why it is such a powerful pick right now.
Oh, definitely a powerful look, especially when it gets that level 4. You have them trying to battle it out. Snorlax trying to defend. Empty air there, but is going to find that invisible Drizzly there.
Yeah, some great spectacles there from Minato to be able to find that Drizzile. They're probably going to escape. Oh no! And a eject button with tackle actually gets the chase down, but a bit too much speed on that attacker to fully get knocked out in that situation.
Sorry, there's not one Zacian. There was 2 Zacians on the map there. The illusion.
Sprinkles was right. They are terrifying. However, Reggie, I honestly like them in the Zoroark a little bit better. However, great little rotation by OSU Macro gets all of that experience for that 8-minute spawn of the Altaria Swablu. So a really good early game showing from them. However, Reggie is starting to work. They get a KO onto Mame the other direction, but P is trying to take this 1v1.
Oh, and look at this. We do have a liquidation Inteleon here, making sure to get these short hits. We have the heavy slam escape, but unfortunately it ends up getting taken down by the Urshifu.
Wow.
Nowhere to go in that flux zone, right?
Absolutely. Too slow, too many dashes on cooldown in that situation. Reggie takes a whole lot of damage from the liquidation, but they are able to earn a lot of that back with some wild Pokemon knockouts. Oyasumi Macro, I would say probably favored in this first Reggie fight. However, we do have Reggie on the Zoroark who can really play spoiler.
Oh, they can play spoiler indeed, but you know what? We have 2 level 8s on the side of Oyasumi Macro. No Unite moves on hand. I know, as I say that, we do have Urshifu that has locked it on down, but we have the 2 defenders just trying to ward off this Umbreon and create enough space for this Urshifu to solo this Reggie steal. Now they have some backup. Umbreon is just playing that bait and taken down, but you know what? I think it was a sacrifice that was necessary.
Yeah, Mame going down in that situation is no big deal whatsoever for Oyasumi Macro.
No big deal whatsoever.
We have been doing incredible work here in the top half. Zacian is already hit, that's right, level 10. Double digits for them at this point in the game, as well as securing the Reggie Lucky. They won a 1v1 versus Reggie in the top half.
Even with the jungle invade, they have a strong start here.
Because they had no members there.
Oh, and Zacian survives that.
Moving on forward, they didn't even capitalize that. Instead, we have Urshifu that is just brawling on and out, trying to defend this pad from this Snorlax. And look at that, the Reggie Aleki didn't actually
Ults for it.
anything helpful for Oyasumi Macro there.
Yeah, not too much in terms of scoring Macro. However, Blissey being caught out, Umbreon trying to play in the midst of 3.
Ooh, gets out.
And in the end, they
Waits for them to make the first move.
moves utilized there though, and they have a lot of information about where the enemy is playing. And look at the on
Urshifu going in for the jungle invade, pestering the Zoroark.
Yes, and the Lapras ends up getting taken down. Zoroark trying to get a pick here, is diving on in.
Ooh, missed the ult. Bliss Assistance gets a Blissey out of there safely. Inteleon gonna have some strong hits, not gonna be able to get dived here.
Look at this macro play that Oyasumi Macro brings.
Oh, and Urshifu and Zacian just get to go so deep. Zacian goes in on their own. Umbreon gets the ult off, takes a bunch of health, bunch of damage. Ooh, Zoroark getting some big hits. Urshifu survives it. Lapras survives it with Eldegoss's help. The push doesn't quite work. Not quite. Counter push by the Snorlax. Zacian gets killed by the Zoroark. Inteleon gets a Liquidate. Illusion keeps it alive barely, but it has to retreat. Lapras gets the score.
Ends up only being not much of an overcap, I think. Oh no, it was. 32 went in.
Yeah, 32 into a decently sized goal zone already, so not the biggest overdunk in the world, however, a whole lot of value.
Urshifu is the strong player on their team here. Zacian, no slouch. Inteleon, good cleanup. But Lapras, Eldegoss, and Snorlax is just so much health to deal with. Both teams just have so much health. Eldegoss dies, that's big, because the Lapras is going to have a hard time surviving here. Another ult only hits the Urshifu. Has to leave. Oh, went back in, died for it. Ninetales ults now. Umbreon does survive. Urshifu tries to get out. Focus Sash does a little bit. Inteleon gets caught by the Zoroark as well. Zacian gets that for free. Another good push up top as well. The levels have basically balanced out now. A little bit in the favor of Oyasumi though, because Zacian is just cleaning up top with no contesting, whereas all 5 members are trying to go bot and deal with this push down here. 5v4 and they're only barely winning. Zacian being in the fight is probably going to catch Entity 7 a little off guard here, but Zoroark is level 13. So, and they don't have any really character-specific dive outside of Urshifu. So that Urshifu ult, I think I know where it's going. I think I know where it is going at Zap Ray.
50%. So take it or leave it. As Pokemon either wins you games or it loses you games. That's how the world works.
Well, it hasn't been picked up very often, but I must say it's always a surprise being able to see it. But we do have Oyasumi Macro making sure to just get some ice, hiding that tall grass while they have some space to lock down these Swablu's and Ulterior.
Top path has been amazing for Oyasumi Macro all game. However, bottom path, Entity 7 has been able to shore up their defenses quite a bit.
They're looking for it. They know where the Zoroark is.
From Lapras towards that top,
and that's bad.
Threatened to score 40, but it looks like Oyasumi Macro reads that one and actually goes for the defense immediately.
They are going for the defense. We have 18 seconds left until that Razor Quasar does spawn, but Reggie still is here. Doesn't look like they are going to go and take it, instead opting for positioning.
Look at the positioning of Mom on this
level 14 Zacian. Level 13 Urshifu. 13 Teleon. 13 Lapras and Zoroark. It is whoever gets the big heavy hitters out first. Inteleon's gonna ult here. Yeah, the very aggressive push, very smart, but it might not pay off. Oyasumi Macro still has really good positioning here. Yep, and there's the Urshifu taking down the Lapras. Ninetale's the only one left. Not bad steal, but Umbreon's keeping eyes on him. Yep, they're not getting it. They're not going to be able to steal it. They're not going to be able to score. Nothing. Yes, that's free. That is free. The incredible positioning. That was a really good aggressive push from Entity 7 there, trying to force them to not go for their DPS in the back. It went well, but just Zacian has very strong air denial. I told you that would surprise them. Zacian was able to just take all of it, not care, and then immediately do insane damage to the entire team.
Oyasumi Macro finally here on the main stage, showing why they have earned such a huge reputation from their region. Taking down Entity 7 here.
Blissey is finally going to go down. Urshifu's going for it. They're going for the back line. Not going to defend against on their goal, which is interesting. And that's why. It delays them. Will they respawn? They will not respawn in time. Umbreon passive goes off, protects against it. Could be fine. A lot of shield there. They got a lot of shield from that ult. I think that was that Snorlax ult or was that Lapras' shield? I'm not sure, but Umbreon stole it all. It was able to completely shut down that whole thing. You don't want to ult. You don't want to ult against an Umbreon. You don't want to ult against an Umbreon. It was their only option, and it just did. That's what happens. That's what happens. Wild. That was an extremely interesting game. That whole game, just Oyasumi Macro getting the invade, countering the invade, getting like some bad pushes, countering the bad pushes, pushing again, losing, countering the push again. It's just like it was a lot of you know, like risks, rewards that didn't pay off, and them just making it work anyway. And also getting ambushed at Ray, and still just being able to hold together, keep formation, have Zacian just take care of it, forcing the Snorlax to leave immediately, which is devastating, right? It's just very good plays all around. That was very nice. Back to the Unite. It is a Zora. It is a Ray fight. They decided going for some hits, trying to get some heals. Oh, Hoopa goes the long way.
Everybody needs to come back, and we have two huge Unite moves to look out for. An Urshifu Unite, that targeted massive Unite from a level 14 Pokemon, but we've got the Blizz assistance on the side of Hoenn that could save someone. Venusaur right now, level 14 after picking up KOs in that fight. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and we still need something to happen here for Hoenn if they are going to stay in this match. Nice little reset, sending Tree back home, and so far it looks like no one is starting this fight. Froy putting some damage out onto Rayquaza, and here comes the Woodhammer.
Woodhammer comes out, catches 4. Hornleech goes through, but that opens up a DLR to get on the backside. They're trying to smother Texas before they can play this. It's right on top of the Venusaur. Venusaur catches the Unite move. There's no Wicked Blow follow-up. 2 players down. Lucario and Urshifu are down. Spraggles. Hoenn moves to the middle. This might be the opportunity they want. 55 seconds left. Hoopa gets one back the other way, but the advantage is still in the hands of Hoenn. Secret Chip is looking for an opportunity. Pee-wee's on the backside. They're trying to line up the snipe shot. They nailed the alone with Ninetales. Absolutely buckled him. Still Gakubari's on the hunt there again.
Inteleon is risking it all here.
Who's gonna actually flip on top of this
Missed
thing?
it.
Trevenant comes through on the Venusaur. They're gonna pivot now. Gakubari's in the middle, and Pee-wee is stinging true with these snipe shots. They're going back through the surface there. It's at the low right bomb comes through. Who's waiting? The whirlwind did not.
Oh, the Trev gets it.
Gakubari, you absolute mutant of AO.
You mutant. He ulted for the speed. The Inteleon ulted for the speed.
Incredible stuff here from Secret Chip, securing that in the face of Hoenn, taking down that Venusaur, taking away their opportunity for a big secure right there, and then taking it with the Trevenant. What a back and forth fight between these two squads.
Gakubari is an absolute mutant. Spraggles, Woodhammers, 4 nails in front of him, hit them all. Hornleech, 4 players in front of him, drag them all. Opening the door for the squad, going up and sealing Rayquaza. Too easy for the tree.
That's right, call Professor X because we've got a mutant out here. We're going to send this thing over to a couple of mutants, if I do say so myself. Zoinks Wonder Chef, break this down.
We are mutants, but unfortunately our superpower is just numbers. So sorry to Chef and I for that one. Let's take a look at those numbers from that incredible game. Secret Chip really bringing things down to the wire before they secured that Rayquaza. What a Trevenant game from Gakubari.
I know. By the way, my superpower is actually being specifically worse at numbers. It unfortunately just goes the other direction. I think that maybe Dupestacks actually saw this. I almost fell out of my chair at the last Woodhammer in the Ray Pit, where it hit literally like 4 or 5 members of the team. That was disgusting. So good. And of course we can see some of the damage in this game. We know how it went. Of course, it was all down to that final moment, but wow, the damage, even coming out of a sniper.
Oh, my back.
Tend to be, I would say, considerably lower damage numbers. Is as a 6 digit. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, looking for the higher KO number, not necessarily the damage number. Now, Hoenn never really fell out of this match at any point. This was an extremely close game between Secret Chip and Hoenn. However, I think these final moments, people were definitely considering Secret Chip to be in charge. However, Dawnlux's Venusaur looking very good. This Venusaur was definitely the biggest challenge for Secret Chip to overcome. However, they did it kind of time and time again. Pee-wee looking so amazing on this Inteleon. The damage numbers exceptional, and DLR really capitalizing constantly with this Urshifu.
Yeah, honestly, it was just a combination of everybody in every moment from Secret Chip. And I do really feel like, honestly, there was a point where Hoenn looked like they really had a heads up as far as one of those final team fights. But so much came down to what we're going to see pretty soon. This was the first of the team fights at Rayquaza. But there was that moment where everybody was down, and we did have Pee-wee sitting in the back, landing so many just unbelievable snipe shots, and it took down like 2 or 3, even things up, and then allowed the ability to take that final Ray, which was so beautiful. This was a really big initiation that led to this, and here we go. We can start seeing them. There's the A9 going down, and then I think we see somebody, actually we got to skip forward a little.
I can't wait for all the Inteleons taking snipe shot after these next 2 days.
A part of
every single little engagement. Texas was trying to hold out hope for a egg bomb knockout on the Rayquaza, but of course it is the Trevenant of Yakubari. Secret Chip popping off on stage after what was an amazing game number 1. This roster is really coming to the world stage with a lot to prove, and Yakubari, of course.
You guys can watch this in the meantime.
Such an impressive match from Hoenn.
Free content.
Secret Chip has looked incredible throughout this series, but it felt like Hoenn really hit their stride here in game number 3. As you can see, ahead essentially the entire time, took an amazing fight at Rayquaza, just pushed their advantage and won this thing 703 to 144.
They're in absolute complete control from the jump. You can see right there at 2 minutes 71 to 15, and it was just just going straight up from there, and there was no doubt about it either. I mean, they were being bullies all over the map, and despite all the pocket picks that Secret Chip got here, a lot of strong Pokemon, they still couldn't leverage that into any form of success.
Yeah, you can see some big numbers on the side of Secret Chip. Obviously, we've got this Inteleon with 69,000 damage, highest in the match. It looks like, no, just barely beat out by Froy on the other side there with the Venusaur. But incredible stuff. Even Frank putting in some real work on this Lucario.
Yeah, making it look good, making us wonder why it maybe ever fell off from UCS Season 1. We were questioning if those buffs that it got would leverage in a impactful way, and clearly it has.
Yeah, it was really, really impactful here. And you know, it's been looking pretty good. I just noticed right now, we did not keep you updated on how many hats Dodrio had. It had 1 hat. Was that the difference maker in the match? Yes.
Yes, but like no question about it.
Without question, that's how it works.
You need 3 hats. You can't. You have 3 heads, 3 hats. We're not the mathematicians. We might be the math magicians, but that doesn't line up to me. Yeah, this was a nice little poach on Frank there. I mean, that was an overcommitment in Inteleon, and then the Dodrio, but that was maybe one of the few shining moments that Secret Chip had here. A goal zone siege to try and bring some balance, but really, Hoenn.
Yeah, I gotta say, Yakubari on this Trevenant did look amazing throughout this match. So good, in fact, that they used their slow beam on the defender on the side of Secret Chip to get him out of the equation. And then, as we said before, the points just start raining in for Hoenn.
I mean, what a look. I mean, you know exactly what Yakubari was about. They were the ones that were the most oppressive in Game 1 and Game 2. Yeah, use your slow beam, and of course they converted that instantly, 4 players down, and then they got to go on the hunt to get the ace, and a clean win, 703 to 144. Big time action. Kira giving credit for the slow beam and saying, I'm going to slow beam a tree. They don't move much. I'm going to lock it in place. We'll get that KO, and we'll ride that wave into the sunset.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. And unfortunately for Secret Chip, that means they are not moving on here in this tournament. Japan is amazing all day. And Secret Chip was the first place team out of Japan.
Really?
That just shows the caliber of teams that we have from top to bottom. And to be quite frank, it's impressive. And that's why UCS World Championships are amazing. And talk about Frank.
Dang, Japan really had their first seed washed. That's rough. Out the first day.
Congratulations on your
win.
Amazing match.
NA and EU really seem like just like the top regions to worry about. Luminosity was such a dominant game.
Me gusta Lucario básicamente porque es un tipo de playstyle que es muy paciente y él es muy agresivo. Puedes entrar, salir, como tú quieras con el puño incremento.
I like his playstyle because he is aggressive, and as well he is very patient as well, and he can enter and go out whenever he likes.
That makes very much sense, the flexibility.
Okay.
All right, question 2. Were you afraid at all of fighting the first seed of Japan? They were looking very strong.
¿Tienes miedo de enfrentarte con Secret Chip porque es el primer seed de Japón?
Pues no miedo, es un poco de vértigo, pánico estar enfrente, pero la verdad vienes aquí con un propósito y es enfrentar a los mejores de cada región.
Here we go! The Unite is still going. Who's fighting right now? Peru and Secret Chip, who I believe Secret Chip is already out. This is just a round robin to decide Peru's fate. I guess.
Secret Ship takes the next two, and they're keeping that pressure on.
That rapid striker Shifu is so incredibly difficult to deal with. All the while, you can see Mew is doing everything they can to take away this wild Pokemon.
Now these are just the streams.
Looks like a ton of that goes over to the side of Secret Ship.
But I do wonder, were they playing all this time, or are they just watching the repeat streams? Because this has been going on for, like, all day. So have the players been playing for, like, 8, 9 hours, 10? They've been streaming for 9 hours. I've been streaming for 9 hours. Yeah, I was streaming since before this started. I have been streaming longer than they have. I am at 9:14. Hot dang. I've been streaming longer than they have. And I don't know, and I wonder, did they have the players been playing this whole time? Or are we watching reruns of their gameplay? Because it definitely looks like spectate mode. Or like a replay or something. The questions for later. Questions for later. But yeah, Secret Ship's already out, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Jobs are enabled on this stream, so make sure you watch them for... I think I only needed to watch for like an hour to get the drops. I wonder what's in this. Nothing of value.
And Secret Ship gets an objective. Yeah, beautiful play here from Secret Ship, and now
Okay.
they're seeing if they can make it time to stop Peru from what they are doing, and it doesn't really look like it.
I'm gonna call it a night. I hope you guys enjoyed. That's gonna be it for me. And I'll catch you guys in the next stream. I need to go the heck to bed. Good night, Spraggles. Good night, everybody. Peace!